for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first regular meeting in May of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is May 1st, 2024. It is exactly 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Vice Chair Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. Bless now your assembled people. Continue to guide and lead our leaders. Give them your strength, your courage. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 240287, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the first regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have items to be removed from today's consent agenda. First item on page 2, 240289. Commissioner Barrett has requested to remove her appointment to the Housing Authority of Fulton County. Items to be removed for separate consideration on the consent agenda. Commissioner Hall has requested to remove on page 3, 240290. Request approval
Just a minute. Remove.
for separate consideration.
All right.
On page 3, 240290, Public Works. Request approval of a memorandum of agreement for a continued participation in the district-wide single-family residential toilet retrofit program. And 240291, memorandum of agreement for continued participation in the district-wide multi-family high-efficiency toilet rebate program.
Also for separate discussion.
Yes, both of those for separate discussion.
Anything else?
That's all.
All right, Commissioners, anything else?
Yes, I just wanted
Commissioner
to,
Arrington?
on item 0289, was that a complete removal or just?
Yes, complete removal for that item.
Anything else? All right, a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended. Motion to adopt as amended by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Bottom of page 4, first regular meeting agenda, 240299, adoption of the first regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, on page 6, Commissioner Hall has requested 2 items to be heard together. 240303, Finance, presentation, review, and approval of the May 1st budget soundings and resolution. And 240304, Human Resources Management, request approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
To be heard together.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I have.
Commissioners, anything else?
I have something.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to move 24-0314, top of page 8, to the top of page 6, and that is in order to help the public defender get back to work. They asked if we could hear it quickly, huh?
Move it to
To
where?
the top of page 6, just to hear it at the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioners? All right, motion to adopt the regular agenda as amended. Motion to do so by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 24-0300, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, April 10th, second regular meeting, post-agenda minutes, April 17th, 2024.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 5, 24-0301, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Mental Health Awareness Day, sponsored by Chairman Pitts and Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Okay, it's 10:07. We got 30 minutes to these proclamations. Max.
Mr. Chair, can we possibly move up the Law Day proclamation so that our judges can get back across the street?
Yes, sir. Take that. Take the law day next after this.
Y'all come and fill in. Come and fill in. Come on, come on. Okay, okay. Everybody looks so good in their green, I didn't get the memo. I guess the chairman's coming. I'm gonna get started. The chairman's gonna come up. Whereas mental health conditions are real and prevalent in our communities and throughout our nation, leading many people to face challenges in life that can impact their mental health. And whereas mental health is essential to overall health and well-being, and prevention is an effective way to reduce the burden of mental health conditions, and whereas 1 in 5 people will experience a mental illness during their lifetime, and there are practical tools that all people can use to improve their mental health and increase resiliency. And whereas this year's theme, Where to Start, Mental Health in a Changing World, is focused on learning how modern life affects mental health with new resources to navigate our changing world, building a coping toolbox to manage stress, difficult emotions, and challenging situations, and advocating to improve mental health for yourself, friends, family, and community. And whereas recovery is a unique and personal journey that requires trial and error to determine what works best for each individual, and all organizations and individuals in a community shares the burden of mental health problems and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness and prevention efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved, it is with humble pride that this is a full board proclamation that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners calls upon the citizens, governmental entities, public and private institutions, businesses, and schools in Fulton County to commit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need to provide appropriate and accessible services for all people with mental health conditions, and does hereby proclaim the month of May 2024 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put your hands together for this proclamation that is so very important? And I am going to turn the mic over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm honored and humbled for this proclamation this morning, and I receive it on behalf of Fulton County DBADD and the Fulton County Behavioral Health Network, through whom we do a great job in Fulton County taking care of the citizens of Fulton County. And I also want to thank the BOC, the Board of Commissioners, for the attention and help and concern that they give to mental health, because mental health is real. And like Commissioner Khadija said, 1 in 5 in every family has mental health. You may not know it, but they do. So I would like to again thank the BOC this morning and thank the Behavioral Health Network and all the staff that make all this possible and this proclamation possible this morning. Thank you.
And I apologize. Please tell me who you are.
Oh, my name is Ali Yala. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Riverhead Behavioral Health, and we are part of the Fulton County Network.
Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Law Day, sponsored by Commissioners Arrington and Hall.
Welcome, welcome. Certainly is my pleasure to be able to present this proclamation today. As an attorney that's been practicing for 28 years in the state of Georgia, Judge, I think I've been to almost every courthouse in the state. Proclamation reads as follows. Whereas on February 3rd, 1958, President Dwight D. Eisenhower issued a proclamation establishing Law Day in the United States as a day celebrating and commemorating the United States legal system and its contribution to the preservation of justice and human rights. And whereas in 1961, the United States Congress designated May 1st of each year as the official date celebrating Law Day by passing a joint resolution. And whereas Law Day provides an opportunity for citizens of Fulton County to appreciate the liberties provided to them, especially with regard to equality and justice. And whereas Law Day further provides an opportunity to learn and cultivate respect for the law, which is vital to the democratic way of life. And whereas the theme for Law Day 2024 is Voices of Democracy, recognizing that in democracies, the people rule, encouraging Americans to participate in the 2024 elections by deepening their understanding of the electoral process, discussing issues in honest and civil ways, and turning out to vote. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commemorates the importance and the observance of Law Day and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 as Law Day in Fulton County, Georgia. And we are joined by several of our justice partners, and I will yield the floor.
Commissioner Arrington, members of the commission, thank you for hosting us. And as Commissioner Arrington mentioned, we have many of our justice partners here. We have our public defender for Fulton County, we have our Solicitor General, and we have our Chief Judge of Probate Court. I have several of my colleagues here, Judge Rachel Krause and Rochelle Carnesale. Yeah, it's it. All right. Yeah, and John Collins, who happens to be as part of our mental health team and alternative courts. But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you how appreciative we are of the support that the executive and the legislative branch gives us here in Fulton County. We are all separate branches of government, and we have separate roles to play as lawyers and judges. But we have a very important role in the sense that for the public sees us in the sense of the jobs that we do. So I always tell people there's natural friction between public defenders, between prosecutors, between judges, but that ensures your system of justice works and is transparent. And when you come to a public courtroom to take a look at what goes on, you get a chance to see that justice truly is where the people and where we meet out and let everyone be heard. But thank you for the proclamation, Commissioner. We have a small token just for you as well. That's our Law Day mug, which has our theme on it, Voices of Democracy. And I'll yield to any of our other partners as well.
Good morning, everyone. Justice is proactive, and thank you for our justice partners for ensuring that we are funded and supported so that we can do the work of the people. Thank you all to the Board of Commissioners.
Group photo.
The next proclamation is recognizing Barbara Cook Remembrance Day, sponsored by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman and Chairman Pitts.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did we get Barbara Cook? Can we get the Miss Barbara? And then any of your supporters here? Okay. Y'all look like sisters. Oh, there you go. Okay, family of Barbara Cook. I'm sorry. All righty. So, whereas Barbara Cook was a beloved mother and team member who joined the Office of Aging in 1993 as the volunteer coordinator and was later transferred to the HJC Bowden Senior Multipurpose Facility shortly after it opened in 1995. And whereas Ms. Cook became the program coordinator and worked directly with every multiple purpose facility namesake, Father Bowden, Dorothy C. Benson, Helene S. Mills, and Emma Darnell, legendary senior advocates and proponents of aging in place. And whereas Ms. Cook organized many social events for the seniors, such as the line dance jamborees, the red and white ball, established the Bowden Travel Club, which I need to travel with them, that has traveled all over the world to places like Jerusalem and Egypt. Individuals who never traveled outside of the country received their first experience with the Bowden Travel Club. And whereas Ms. Cook was an active member of the artistic Dogwood Flower Club, where she shared her love of flowers and creating. Members of the Red Hatters Social Club and the Bowden Sunshine Club, which she helped to establish. It is with great pride and immense humility that now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners honors the exemplary life and memory of our beloved senior services team member and county employee and proclaims Wednesday, May 1st, 2024 as Barbara Cook Remembrance Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put your hands together?
Thank you. My name is Sheila. I am Ms. Cook's oldest daughter. In one sense, she had a small family. 2 daughters, my sister, Murtis, and myself, 1 son-in-law, Dexter, 1 grandson, Michael, and his wife, Raven, and 1 great-granddaughter, Holland. She considered her family large because she considered everyone at the Bowden Center and all of the participants and many individuals in this building that over time she came to know and work with her extended family. So thank you to all of you. My mother was born in Fulton County, raised in Fulton County, educated in Fulton County, married in Fulton County, had her 2 girls in Fulton County, and considered it a privilege to be able to work here. So thank you for the value in her life. Thank you for the respect. Thank you for the recognition today. This means a lot to our family. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Auntie Angie's House Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne and Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Here. Okay. So I just want to start off and wish an early Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there in Fulton County. It is truly an honor, a blessing for those moms, and God says, you know, children are truly a gift. They are His reward. And so being a mom is a hard job, though. It's a really hard job. And I have Auntie Angie's house up here that I'm honoring today because Auntie Angie's house helps moms who choose to have their babies, empowering them, nurturing them. And look at these beautiful children that we have up here today representing the house and representing moms. So it gives me great pride and joy to give this proclamation to Auntie Angie's house. Whereas the mission of Auntie Angie's house is to provide a secure and supportive environment for pregnant single women who are struggling financially, facing homelessness, or in violent relationships. And whereas its mission is also to eradicate the Black maternal health crisis through research, advocacy, support, education, and awareness. And whereas Auntie Angie's House was founded by Angela Stanton King after her own experience of homelessness and seeking assistance at several shelters, she has since dedicated nearly 20 years of her life to helping women in similar situations. And whereas Auntie Angie's House provides essential resources and comprehensive support that includes a nurturing home environment, maternity and infant supplies, personalized mentorship, transportation assistance, education opportunities, and empowering life skills. And whereas Angela's journey has served as a beacon of light and hope for other women with similar circumstances, and she is now considered a godmother to 68 babies whose existence she has played a part in. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Auntie Angie's House as a lifeline for expectant mothers and for creating healthier futures for all citizens, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, May 1st, 2024, as Auntie Angie's House Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
And before we bring Angie on, first of all, I want to say, don't shush that baby. Let that baby just make as much noise as possible, because everybody knows the sounds of a baby is glorious. And I just want to personally say in front of everyone, I remember when Angie started this, she was by herself. She was fighting to make sure that people understood it doesn't matter what the situation is, the baby is here, and we need the village concept. And so I want to personally thank her on behalf of all the citizens of Fulton County, because I know it has not been easy, but we appreciate your perseverance to make sure that these babies have the village that they need. I am so proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I usually don't get choked up much, but it has been some very hard work. And standing here today, and of course having our babies here, and my godmother, Elvita, who has been very instrumental in supporting me in this fight, and having the support of Natalie Hall, Bridget Thorne, Commissioner Khadijah, with us all coming to the understanding that, just like Khadijah said, at the end of the day, there is value in life, and it does take a village, and every life has value. So let's come together as a community. Time to stop fighting. This is the result. This is the fruits of our labor, and you can see it. So I'm just grateful to be here today. Lost for words, but very honored. Thank you to Fulton County. Marvin, thank you.
Hey, little girls, help me sing this song real quick.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine.
And while we're singing, we have a very special birthday today. Serenity is turning 1 today. So
That's what Serenity was letting everybody know it was her birthday.
yes. So I thought we could sing happy birthday to Serenity. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Serenity. Happy birthday to you.
Gotta blow out the candle. Blow it out.
Gracie, put the balloon in the picture. Bring the balloon.
Gracie, bring the balloon.
For her. Oh, here you go. You hold it. It's your proclamation.
The last proclamation is recognizing Older Americans Day, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett and Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Can we get Senior Services to join us? And Sylvia Garland. While everybody's coming down, I'll just say, first of all, I'm going to be an older American pretty soon at 57. I'm not sure what the official cutoff is, but I also, was a part of my father's later days before he passed from Alzheimer's and dementia, and my stepfather's later days, and my mom is now 89, so caring for older Americans and about to be a part of the community myself, I was happy to read this proclamation and present this on behalf of Fulton County. So the proclamation reads, whereas Fulton County adopted the Health and Human Services strategic priorities of supporting vulnerable residents in our social services and preventing health disparities by educating residents and connecting them to available resources, and whereas the Department of Senior Services supports independence, health, and the delay of cognitive decline by providing supportive service programs for seniors, caregivers, and the community in group and individual settings. And whereas these critical services support independence, impact social isolation, improve physical or cognitive abilities, and include transportation, in-home services, home-delivered meals, direct and virtual programs in the areas of life enrichment, health, and fitness. And whereas we recognize the value of the Older Americans Act, the Administration on Aging, older Americans, and our continued need for them to inspire, influence, and enrich individuals of all ages and future generations. And whereas this year's theme, Powered by Connection, provides an opportunity to explore the social connections and meaningful relationships that exist among Fulton County's older adults, family caregivers, and community members, and celebrates our shared responsibility of uplifting all seniors so they can thrive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners urges every resident to take time in May to connect with seniors in their community, to learn about their past experiences and present-day contributions, and to engage with agencies and partners providing services to support successful aging in place, and does hereby proclaim May 2024 as Older Americans Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Barrett, and to the entire Board of Commissioners, we thank you for your full support. Joining us today to accept the proclamation is Ms. Sylvia Garter, and she is a 23-year member of the Dogwood Neighborhood Senior Center. So please.
Well, hello everybody. Well, I've been a member of Dogwood for 24 years. I started in 2001, and I go every day, just about. I exercise, so that was a great place to go to get you out the house and keep you active and keep you moving. So I really enjoyed, and thanks so much.
And 36. All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
Continuing on page 5, public hearings. 240302, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 60 minutes. In the event the 60-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers in Assembly Hall. We have received 10 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Naima Chake.
Speak up, Madam Clerk.
Naima Chake, Judy Raines, Seaford White, Paul Hershey, and Mike Russell.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds left of your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds. That's your key to begin to conclude your remarks. And I will remind you to be respectful in your comments. And also, commissioners, to be respectful of your comments regarding the public and each other. Madam, you have the floor.
Okay, my name is Naima Chike. Hello to everybody. Some of us came here today to talk about our garden. We have a community garden. It's in District 5, and it's called the Growl Garden, growing real opportunities and work in life through agriculture. Many of us are seniors who garden there, considering this is Older Americans Month. Yes, we are keeping active, we are moving, we are exercising. We are here today because we no longer have a source of water. They have been working on our water since last October. We went all the way through winter. They have dug ditches, they've cut down trees. We don't know what else to do, except this past Saturday, we had an open house, and all the gardeners were like, when are we going to get water? We are trucking water in from our house. Hi, Mr. Arrington, we're in your, you know who. We are trucking water in from our houses. It's not working for us anymore. We know they're working on it, but we still don't have water, and we are now planting our spring and our summer crops. Please, please, help us get water again. That's it. I don't even need any more time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak this morning. My name is Judy Jackson Raines. I'm actually the coordinator, the garden coordinator for the Growl Garden. That garden supports we have 52 beds. 35 families eat from that garden. 12 of those are seniors and people of certain disabilities. Whereas I and Naima can truck water in, those 12 people cannot. A couple of them come actually on MARTA vans to maintain their garden. So we absolutely, without question, need the water fix. The staff of the Extension Center can only call and get somebody out there. We've dealt with this issue for probably the last year or so because they actually moved the pumps, the faucets or whatever. But we absolutely need someone to assist us in getting water in those spaces. As I said, 35 families, 12 of those 35 families are people, senior citizens or disability, that can't truck the water in their vehicles. So we need your help. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Reverend Siegfried Darcell White, organization called Concerned Dads. I would like to say to Commissioner Khadijah, I want to publicly apologize to you I was at home and I was looking at the news, and I saw someone yelling at you, telling you to shut up. That brought back memories when I was young and how my father would talk to my mother, dealing with domestic violence. So I want to apologize to you for that. I would never speak to you like that. And I promise you, if you had been another Hill, they never would have made that statement to you. They never would have said that to that person. I'm here because I am tired of being harassed. I'm tired of the film industry complex coming into the city. They're not being taxed. A lot of the homeless people are being displaced. Can we talk about some type of tax for the people who come in and make these movies? Ask me how I know. Reverend White has been out there when it was 10, 9 degrees outside and saw the homeless people on Central Avenue and Martin Luther King. I was there, Mr. Pitts, feeding, serving the homeless. Nobody cared about them then. Nobody. But as soon as their movie
15 seconds.
come, you all find a place for them to go. Let's help the homeless. If you're gonna make a movie, tax where the homeless can be housed or be in a hotel. Thank you. God bless you.
Morning. My name is Paul Hershey, and I'd like to start this off with there ought to be a complete audit, both ethically and financially, of Fulton County, its operation, its elected officials, and anything doing with taxpayer dollars. There is so much corruption, misspent of all kinds. So let's talk about a little bit of them. In the county jail, the average time and the most time they should be spending in the county jail is 11 months, 29 days. And if they're there past one more day than that, then there should be a state contract and the state paying you the fees. 2, you've got a board of elections that's getting $40 million that couldn't lead a group in silent prayer, and everybody else in Georgia is spending less money. The Fulton County employees working in the DA's office to defund the police. How many of you up there, I don't care whether you're black, white, pink, or green, whether you're Republican or Democrat, Netroot Nations is an organization to defund the police. Fannie Willis, and you've got paid vehicles, paid employees in that office to defund the police. You talk about the inequities of medical down below I-20. You don't need a new jail. You don't need any of that stuff. The bottom line is take that money, open the jail. I was at a meeting Thursday night. Everybody wants to talk about the racial inequality down there.
15
and I
seconds.
never heard such foul language about what my color looks like. The bottom line is you're creating your own problems. And by the way, I just found out that Commissioner Hall said in an interview that all of us that are coming down here talking about her are getting paid. So who do I present my money?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Mike Russell, and I want to address the statement that Commissioner Hall made a couple days ago in an open forum, said that those of us who come down here to complain about the malfeasance and the misspending of our taxpayer dollars are somehow being paid or handed a script. Ms. Hall, I don't appreciate that. I don't have a script, and nobody's paid me. When I come down here because I care. I care about those children that were here today. I care about the seniors who are being displaced out of their homes because some of you cannot resist raising taxes on our senior citizens. When I came down here and spoke because I disagree with Vice Chair Rockman, nobody paid me to do that. But I'll say to you today that When I called her and asked her for help for our seniors in our community, the only response I got back was, where do you want to meet and when? And everything she promised to do for our seniors with her staff, they have done that and more, and they continue to do it as we speak. Nobody's paying me to say that. I'm saying it because it's the truth, and she has stood up to help those who want to help those in need. We don't appreciate it. But what we do need here is we need to end the cult of corruption, starting with Fonnie Hall, with her corruption there in the DA's office, allowing people to languish up to 5 years in that county jail without even being brought to trial or indicted. Sheriff Labatt, who's mismanaged that jail. The jail didn't do that, he did. 30-some-odd people have died in that jail since he's been on his watch. If he was white, half of Atlanta would be in the streets right now protesting. Why does he get a pass? Do those Black Lives Matter in that jail who
15
passed
seconds.
away? We need to end the culture, the cult of corruption. Fonnie Willis, Sheriff Labatt, Natalie Hall, and Marvin Arrington, they need to go. Get out and vote them out.
Last speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. J. Wesley Day, Kimberly Brooks, L.A. Pink, Robert E. Chappelle, DeJuan Robinson, and Dr. Arthur Ferdinand.
Khadijah, if there is value in life, why is there no one assisting me to garner justice by convicting the men that nearly took my life on November 20th, 2018? In Fulton County, a dog's life has more rights than a human. In the Office of the Solicitor General, managed by Keith Gamage, they have treated me inhumane, unfair, and worse than a dog. Marvin Arrington, you all argued intensely about animal care last month, but why don't I feel that same intensity about the injustice I have faced at the hands of the Fulton County justice system? You all argued intensely. Mike Vick got spent jail time for dog fighting. These men, my assailants, are on camera calling me fags, sissies, homos, and punching me on camera, beat me into a coma. My mother already lost 3 kids, 2 murdered and 1 drowned, and she almost lost another, and justice has yet to prevail. But yet, if I go out and kick a stray dog in the street right now, and someone catch me on camera doing it, I guarantee I will be locked up. How is a dog given more rights than a human in Fulton County? I can go write a symbol on a rainbow crosswalk, and you will send the entire police force to come find me. Ms. Hall, my disappointment in you, not because of your situation,
15
but
seconds.
I knew you personally. When I worked for a millionaire here in Atlanta as her chief of staff, I always got you in front of that person to get fundraising money. I had a radio show here. I always had you on my radio show. When you were married to Kwanzaa Hall, I presented...
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next speaker. Are you the next speaker?
No, sir, we have an issue, Commissioner.
Are you the next speaker?
No, sir.
Who is the next speaker? You have the floor, ma'am.
My name is Kimberly Brooks. I'm new to this commission. I don't know many of you. I'm pretty much in the city council and with the Board of Education. But I don't come with an organization. I don't speak on behalf of anyone. I'm just a child of the Most High God. And as I look in this room, we had our invocation first, we had our pledge of allegiance, and we pray. But you are hypocrites, and God is not pleased. The Bible says, be not deceived. God is not mocked. Whatsoever man soweth, that so shall he reap. Fonnie Willis is not in trouble because of the situation that she's in trouble because she's corrupt. Those people in Fulton County are human beings. You're incarcerating them at rates and not indicting them like you're supposed to. This council is taking pictures and doing things that you should not do. And I stand to you today without a community, but you've taken things from me. Code enforcement took my home and my master's degree from Clark University by not doing their job. Atlanta Housing Authority, Housing Urban Development, don't do their job. And right now, I'm in your court system, so I'm going to email every last one of you today my complaints against your court system and the things that have been going on in your court. Somebody's taking my court cases out of the court system, and they're being paid to do it. Everyone that touches that email will be held accountable. You are not under the control of yourselves. There are circuit court judges, there's the federal government, and all of your power is granted to you by them. Every single person that touches my case that does not allow me to give me my day in court to sue whoever it is that I'm suing will be held accountable. Mr. Pitts, I've never heard anything negative about you. I do believe that you are a good person, but it is time that you hold these people accountable. So I would be remiss if I did not discuss the corruption of Fulton County's court system and Sheriff Labatt, and it is some house cleaning that you will have to do.
15 seconds.
But it is necessary, and I don't come on behalf of anyone, but I will say this, that all of you know what is right, and the time to do that is now, because you will all be held accountable. Thank you.
So as I address the Fulton County massacre of corruption and destruction, Commissioner Hall, I ain't gonna spend too much time on you chasing balls, but how dare you? Did you pay me to go door to door? No, you didn't. So you're not gonna pay me to come down here and come against you. Trust me. Y'all so worried about what we saying about y'all, but we are for your jobs. We don't care about you as an individual. We talking about y'all's jobs, okay? So while y'all are sitting up here, Ike Arrington, I'm glad you bringing up PASS, because the one thing about PASS, babies, is that PASS gives people permission to come for your ass. That's what it does. It gives you permission and lets you know that, hey, my past didn't stop me from doing what I gotta do now to bring down the corruption. My past shows me you. My past shows me Commissioner Hall chasing balls, Fannie Willis on Grey Goose getting loose. It shows us Sheriff LaButt off in his job, sitting up here gonna do a whole, that was a drug bust. Y'all better open up your eyes. He had a drug bust. What jail has that many drugs in it? A bullet and no lockdown? He found a bullet in there, y'all. A bullet and no lockdown. He had a rapper come the next day and do a video. Okay, to the drug bust? Really? All here in the massacre of Fulton County, corruption and destruction. Y'all little circle is toe down, baby. You might as well go ahead and counsel it. You can be as cute as you want to on any stage you want to, and it sure don't take away Keith Lewis. I got your video.
15 seconds.
I got your video. Yeah, I got your video to Keith Lewis, and y'all do an investigation because you got his book inside Fulton County libraries, and you was sleeping with him while you was doing it. So trust me, we coming for you.
Good morning. My name is Robert E. Chappelle. I am an organic farmer, and I'm in support of the Growl Garden, not getting the water that we need since September to January to right now. So with the county help, our garden is to inform people about the food injustice, food insecurity, food desert, and let the family know that the community garden here is to help support, aware of what we got growing on in South Fulton at Camp Truett, which is sponsored by the University of Georgia. They have part of it. And they have beds there that need water year-round. And we appreciate your help to speed the process up to get the water in our garden. Our garden is there to help mental health, which we've been talking about. They found out it's very therapeutic for people to work in the garden because of the microbes in the soil to help you grow. I could talk about it for hours, but we need to encourage the young people in preschool, middle school, high school, and formal education, how important it is to have your own food, grow your own food. Plus, they can cut back on some of the crime we have in the city by exposing the young people early in life. We have a shortage of farmers, not in this state, but all over the country. So we need help with the advertisement through the county, state, and local government to let people know this is an emergency. We just got out of this pandemic, so what's the next pandemic? So I'm here to help and aware people that we need farmers, and our Growl Garden is help to support young farmers in all generations. Plus, I'm a part of Georgia Young Farmers Association.
15 seconds.
And all we're asking to do to keep the water flowing, to keep the garden growing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair and Ms. Vice Chair and the board, we have an issue. Mr. Ferdinand did not sign in. He came up there and spoke to somebody and they signed him in to go after me because we had a debate last night and I went before him. No, he went before me, so he wanted to come here. So we need to pause this, please, because he did not sign in. External signed him in, and if the process gonna be fair or not, because he did not sign in. His name is not on that paper. He wanna go last. So I'm asking y'all to pause my time because we have an issue. So are we gonna correct this or not? Because we're not gonna allow this is gonna be fair or not. I'm asking you because...
You have 2 minutes.
Hey, listen, man. We have an IBM executive in Arthur Fernandad who come down here and give y'all the excuse of why the system don't work. Either he's a technology guy or not. So many of you guys down here benefit from him being the tax commissioner. I get it, but we can't have that. Mr. Anderson, I looked you up. You're supposed to be a decent man. You make a lot of money. So I know you don't get in the gutter with this guy. Mr. Bob Ellis, you and Mr. Pitts voted no for his $60,000 raise. Mr. Anderson, you the manager, he ain't gave y'all his salary since 2010. Is that okay? So he say it's legal for him to do it. So was hanging Negroes from a tree and castrating and burning down houses. But was it right? It may be legal what he's doing, but is it right? Is it morally right what y'all allowing him to do, Ms. Barrett? Is it morally right? Black folk losing their home for $30 trash bills? Is that okay? Y'all think that's okay? Y'all keep voting on the raising taxes without merit, blanket assessments. He quick to say, oh, that's not my responsibility. He came in making $70,000. Y'all let him raise it up to $471.
15 seconds.
Y'all don't even know what he make to this current day. Y'all want to be friends with the guy. Everybody want to shake his hand. Hey, Mr. Fernandez, you are an enemy to Fulton County residents, and you are an enemy to people all over, black, brown, and white, if y'all continue to let this man do what he's doing.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Arthur Fulton, the Fulton County Tax Commissioner. I've lived in Fulton County for more than 30 years. I've served Fulton County citizens since 1998. I do not have any legal entanglements. I do not get paid by anyone. I do not get campaign contributions from anybody. I have no allegiances to anyone but the citizens of Fulton County and the Fulton County government. Last year, I collected over $3 billion in taxes. I've had over 30 audits every single year. There has never been anything found that I did wrong. If I did something wrong in Fulton County, there is a governor, a Republican governor, who would certainly take me out of office. Before Governor Kemp, there was another Republican governor who would have taken me out of office if I did something wrong. Fulton County is a very, very ethical county. I do not accuse any one of you of anything except making sure that Fulton County is well served, and that is what I do. I've lived here, I've raised my kids here, I've provided for my family. I wish everybody could do that. I do not owe anybody anything. No government. I took an oath to that. I paid all my taxes. I never had any liens put against my property. I believe that anybody who served Fulton County should pay taxes in Fulton County.
15 seconds.
I do not particularly care for people to defame me in Fulton County for the job I do for all of you. And I hope that the people of Fulton County appreciate what that office does for them every single day. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the item that was moved up today on today's agenda.
Aren't there Zoom speakers?
Yes, we have 4 Zoom speakers.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, Commissioners and staff, and special greetings, fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate and Public Policy Analyst. Kudos to the Commission on Elder Affairs for encouraging the production of that advocacy video. Members of the public may gain access to the advocacy video by calling the Fulton County Star Line 404-613-6000, 404-613-6000. Thank you, news media, for your coverage of the Housing Authority of Fulton County meeting on the second Thursday in April. You have scratched the investigative surface. At the upcoming meeting of that Housing Authority on Thursday, May 9th, you may want to dig deeper and, as they say, follow the money. By the way, news media, don't be sidetracked when those bullies play their sexual innuendo card by falsely accusing a new, unbought board member of stalking a compliant board member 17 times. That's just a distracting ruse they use to sidetrack investigations. We'll stay tuned.
The next person to speak is Derek Blassingame.
Did I hear Derek Blassingame there?
Yes, you did.
Okay, great. Thanks for the opportunity. Sorry I couldn't make it down in person, but I didn't want to waste my time dealing with the shenanigans down there. According to some of the information that I received here, the only way for guys like me to get a woman in Fulton County is to submit to surveillance, harassment, and coercion. It saddens me that Black women have stooped so low in Fulton County that desperation is the key to your system's success. It doesn't work. Let's talk about the 1,300 votes that was not counted by the Board of Registration and Elections in 2022. Even though it did not change the outcome of any of the races, all votes must be counted in Fulton County. We must ensure election integrity in every count, in every election. I do not need to visit every courthouse in the state of Georgia. I am omnipresent. Apparently, Commissioner Arrington is not the brightest attorney. He's being sued by State Representative Misha Maynor, along with Fonnie Willis. He is also suing Fulton County, costing the taxpayers millions of dollars. Nicole Dwyer of the Fulton County Police Department has refused to comply with the subpoena I filed in the criminal case the Fulton Police Department filed against me in December 22. Marsha Ridley refused a subpoena for records in the criminal case filed against me in November 2022, where I spent 15 days in the Fulton County Jail where I was assaulted by gang members. The Fulton County Sheriff refuses to release the incident report showing my injuries and near-death assault I experienced while in his custody. Finally, let me remind you that I am not from the state of Georgia. I am a United States-born citizen. I did not commute from Haiti. I did not come from Africa to fight for my rights or to live a good life. I'm a United States-born citizen. I'm from the state of Ohio. I have slept on your streets, under your bridges. The Fulton County government and the state of Georgia lured me to your state under the false premise of prosperity and opportunity. Instead, you have unjustly prosecuted and persecuted me, but I refuse to succumb to your fear tactics. I am not your slave, your tool, or your toy. Derek Blassingame, the government watchdog.
The next person to speak is Matt Rowanzak.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. Just wanted to bring something to your attention this morning. It appears that our elections director is now obstructing the efforts of the Board of Elections. First, we had a board member in the last election who requested to be present in an after action meeting. Then Ms. Williams decided to not notify him And then he asked why once they received the after action report at the certification meeting, and she said she was worried about misinformation. So you have an elections director interfering what it appears to be with the Board of Elections. There was another board member that also requested supporting documentation in that prior to that meeting so that they could have the confidence when they're trying to certify. And that was also not given. So we have a major problem here with our elections director and thinking that she is above the Board of Elections, which is required by law, as we all know, to provide oversight. And if we want to talk about misinformation, and she appears to want to be the ministry of truth, we've shared before that Cobb County spends about $6 million. It looks like their budget for their elections department is $9 million this year. And her counter argument tries to be that they're on a different calendar year. Okay, so let's double their budget for that sake. So 18 million this year, and we're want to spend 40 million when we know they spent 27 in 2022. So she's been very disingenuous and now appears to be subverting the board itself. So
15 seconds.
Wanted to bring that to your attention this morning. Thank you.
The last person to speak is Ralph. Ralph. Okay, and with that being said, that is the...
Margie McLeod.
Continue.
Margie McLeod. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Hey, good afternoon, Commissioner. I have a problem. The bill of 44 had passed in the House and the Senate. And what I am very concerned about it, last week y'all talking about that y'all go out in the community and y'all would let people know what is happening. And what you need to know, I want y'all to have a town hall meeting, all districts, to inform that this House Bill 404, people is not understanding of what it is, saying it's giving them 3 days to put the people out of their apartments who is rental. So that's why it's so important that y'all need to go out and have a town hall meeting and let these people know what House Bill 404 is, because it's going to change everything. It's going to make you have more homeless people that we got. We know California #1, and this bill going to affect, we're going to be #2. So that's how important this House Bill 404 is. Not a good bill for the tenants, but it's good for the landlord. So y'all say you're about educating the community. This what you need to do, because I will inform them also, because they are shocked. They don't understand the landlord. And so it's called the SAFE Act. This is what we want you to do. Have a town hall meeting, inform your voters, because the landlords now is coming to the people, telling them they got 1, 2, 3 business days
15
to
seconds,
leave
ma'am.
out of their tenant. Okay? And you also have a town hall meeting at your district also.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
Thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Item moved up on today's agenda on page 8 under Justice and Safety. 240314, Public Defender. Request approval of a MOU between Fulton County and the United Way of Greater Atlanta in the amount of $100,000 to support a select group of chronically homeless individuals released from the Fulton County Jail.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Back on page 6, County Manager's items under Open and Responsible Government. 2 items to be heard together, 240303, Finance, Presentation, Review, and Approval of the May 1st, 2024 Budget Soundings and Resolution, and 240304, Human Resources Management. Request approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
All right, we're going to hear both of these together. We have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Natalie Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked for these to be heard together because in 24-0303, hold on one second. Under the legislation details on page 3 of 3, number 6 at the top of the page, it says additional funding for the creation of one full-time film marketing coordinator position, grade 19, from the library to select Fulton for $81,798. But when you go to 24-304, it has no mention of this position coming from the library to select Fulton. So I was just wondering, is that a typo, or did it not transfer over? And what position from the library is going to select Fulton, if that is accurate?
Dr. Rochelle.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hall. So the finance items.
Speak up, Dr. Rochelle.
So the finance items and the human resources items are both part of the plan that will be presented today to effectuate the March 20th resolution that the board approved to transfer Fulton Films to select Fulton. As we work to make this plan a reality, we realized that not only did we need to transfer the positions that are labeled Fulton Films, which are the 2 part-time positions, but we also would need some additional support by way of a full-time position in addition to the division manager. So in looking to resource for that, we looked at the 30-plus vacant positions in the library. Many of those positions have been vacant for over a year, some multiple years. So 2 library associate positions that have never been filled were unfunded in the library, and that funding was transferred through the soundings process to fund the position that is the human resources management agenda item, the film marketing coordinator. It will fund that position.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's vote on 03. Do you have a question? Commissioner Barrett?
Are we going to get a presentation here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So again, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Today, David Manuel, the Director of Arts and Culture, and Samir Abdullahi will present to the board the recommended plan to effectuate the March 20th BOC resolution to transfer Fulton Films to select Fulton. A couple of things that we want the board to know. One, we did this again in response to the resolution. We wanted to make sure that we also took this as an opportunity to modernize the approach, to drive more impact in these programs, and that is what is going to be presented today. The framework for this presentation will provide an overview of the current state of not only Fulton Films, but FGTV, and what the future state of these programs will look like based on our proposed plan. So I'll turn it to you, David and Samir, to move forward.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Hello, commissioners. If we can go to the next slide. So the current model for FGTV and Fulton Film, we broke it down in 3 categories: staffing, funding, and initiatives. In terms of staffing, there's shared staff for Fulton Film and the FGTV. In terms of funding, there's a separate operating fund. Fulton Film did get an enhancement last year and this year and last year. In terms of initiatives, is limited overlap of activities. An example of that is some of our local film festival. We cover it, we document it through FGTV, so it's sort of a back and forth. Next slide. So with the current model, Fulton Film is responsible for promoting Fulton facilities for filming, and currently we have over 200 site locations for filming, as well as promote film opportunities in Fulton County. And in terms of FGTV, it's a broadcast platform to promote Fulton services. It also is a broadcast for public meeting. Next slide.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sami Abdullahi, Director of Select Fulton. So we're going to break these apart, look at Fulton Films separate from FGTV and kind of their functions in the current state. When you look at Fulton Films, one of their main core missions is to promote Fulton facilities for filmings. This group works to market and promote over 133 facilities and locations that Fulton County owns. They do a lot of this work through facilitated online through our online permitting process, the Apply For or the Films app, which I think the state of Georgia and many other communities that are camera ready like us leverage that online tool to make requests. You can see photos of film locations and the like. Just again, looking at some of the quick facts in terms of Fulton filming locations that we have here at Fulton County. Traditionally, annually, this group has approved about 25 film permits annually, which generates over $300,000 in fees that go back to sometimes back into the general fund, sometimes stays with the airport and the like, but they are generating fees through leasing those facilities. And again, some of our most popular locations are the airports, the libraries, and the court system. So a great way to leverage existing Fulton County platforms to engage the film industry that's burgeoning here. Next slide, please. The other big piece of Fulton Films is not only promoting our facilities for filming, but obviously promoting the film industry in general here in Fulton County and trying to develop investment, job activities, and filming here in Fulton County. Traditionally, that's been done through large national film festivals and festival activations. We've highlighted a few for you up there. At these events, they're not only promoting Fulton County as a great place to film, but also promoting our Fulton County facilities for filming. So you can see for sponsorships and others, there's some overlap. You're selling the county more broadly, but also selling the fact that we've got unique film locations here that Fulton County owns. Again, sometimes these events were done in partnership with the state. I'd say traditionally they had not been done in partnership with the state, so we had done these alone. Again, this requires us and our team, or the Fulton Films team, to really invest significant dollars, not only to do the sponsorships, to kind of get the attention at these film events, but then also to staff and to do activations at these film events. So very resource intensive, and that's why you can see kind of at the 2023 budget, 60% of the funding went towards sponsorships. Another piece of promoting Fulton County for filming is around promoting career opportunities here in the film industry. So that was done through several kind of ecosystem activities, either speaker series, bringing on film ambassadors, so those already in the film industry, to share what it's like to be a part of the film industry and their experience. And then on certain occasions, partner with nonprofits and film sets to bring Fulton County residents on site to do work on film sets. Next slide, and David will talk about FGTV in its current state.
So with our current model, FGTV is a broadcast platform to promote Fulton services. And those examples are FGTV original programming, which includes the Board of Commissioners hosted meetings, department heads, and happening in Fulton series. The broadcast public meetings is the live broadcast and recording, which includes the Board of Commissioners meeting live, Board of Registration and Election, press conferences, special report, and you can find those on our channels, Channel 21, City of Atlanta, Channel 23 in Fulton County, and Channel 99, AT&T. Next slide.
And I'll close this out on these last two slides. So we've kind of described what the current state is, some of those challenges, and an overlap of activities, or limited overlap in activities, and it's kind of the same staff doing different functions, right? Being FGTV at one time and then also being Fulton Films at one time. We're hopeful this new model kind of helps to make that separation, again, for the intent and goal of more intentional work for both of those entities. Quoting the county manager here, when we did the county rebrand, I like to think of this as an evolution, not a revolution. Again, materially, the functions and goals of both FGTV and Fulton Films will stay the same. This is really, again, to get each organization focused on their particular lane. So again, moving Fulton Films over to Select Fulton and leaving FGTV remaining in arts and culture. I'd say, again, the greatest difference is around kind of greater focus and impact and being more resourceful in the dollars for each respective division. So as we look kind of in the orange there at Fulton Films, just as we do in Select Fulton, we don't do traditionally industry engagements alone. We always do those in concert with the state and regional entities, again, for the resourcefulness that I spoke about before and just kind of the cost to get eyes on your logo in isolation, as well as programming activities, requires a lot of staff if you do that by yourself, as opposed to with a state and regional partner. There's some things at Select Fulton that we're very intentional around. So we've had Fulton Films leaning into supporting commercial real estate activity around the film industry. So not just activity like people getting on film sets and supporting the film industry, but actually getting dollars invested in the ground. That's traditionally what we do in economic development, is work to bring dollars, capital investment and the like, in a permanent sense into the ground. So that's supporting through new film studio development, as well as supporting, again, other functions that relate to the film industry, such as production and the like. Similar kind of what we do on the WorkSource Fulton side of things. We don't do training without some type of intent around credentialing. We don't want you to just be on a film site and that's kind of your credential, although this industry is a little different and that credits and credentialing somewhat have equal weight, but would work with more intentionality around getting people onto film sets, but through programs that provide, again, lasting credentialing so they can take those on and build their career. Again, I'd say the biggest change here is really about converting on inbound opportunities and a little less on generating opportunities by ourselves. So that's Fulton Films. As we think about FGTV, and not to speak too much out of turn, David, here, this change really affords FGTV to focus exclusively on broadcast. They don't have to change their Fulton Films and FGTV hats from time to time. A new emphasis on reaching citizens where they are beyond just YouTube and broadcast. David and his team are uniquely positioned for that, being kind of the creative class for the county. And then added programming, I think, that shares some of the individual stories and work that's happening in the Fulton County community. So next slide, please. And this closes us out, really looking at what that HR staffing model would shift to. So on the left there, you'll see in orange the current model where you've got a division manager in FGTV and a bunch, 12 support staff, again, switching hats depending on the different activities that they're working on. Again, worked exclusively with the executive team, finance, and HR to help make Fulton Films a standalone division, not just an initiative that has limited HR implications and really no impact on the current staff status with the county or their salaries or the existing operating budgets of both FGTV and Fulton Films. Again, I think in the current model, the dual hats creates a little confusion and a little less focus on what those two respective organizations should focus on. So we're putting the most critical staff that's currently under FGTV over to Select Fulton under the new division that would be Fulton Films. Again, it's a small staff, as this was always an initiative. FGTV management, so as you see in the recommended model, that middle blue lane there would fall under the management of the Deputy of Arts and Culture, with the existing management in FGTV really leading the day-to-day activities. A majority of the current team would go over with FGTV, representing about 9 of the 10 full-time employees and 1 and 3 of the part-time employees. They will all stay with FGTV. So we're really just moving over that mission-critical staff to help operate and effectuate Fulton Films under Select Fulton. So that would be a division manager of Fulton Films. We discussed a full-time employee, because right now there is no Films full-time employee that's not wearing a dual-rolled hat under FGTV. So we'd create that position, a film marketing coordinator, because that title already exists, as well as bringing over the 2 part-time employees that are already under FGTV that are the Fulton Films marketing coordinators to provide support to that new films division. Again, I think we worked pretty hard to minimize impact, to effectuate what the board's decision was of moving Fulton Films over to Select Fulton, and then, I don't know, pretty excited about kind of the future state, adding an extra tool to the toolkit for Select Fulton, at least personally, and having a little more intentionality around where we're engaging in the film industry. And with that, we'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to preface this by saying I'm not feeling great, so I might be moving a little more slowly with my questions, so I apologize. I have a couple questions about sort of the goal of Fulton Films and also just sort of how it fits into Select Fulton. And I want to say kind of to all of you that I understand that a lot of this is based on the board made a decision and you're all just trying to figure out how to operate from there. So I just want to set that baseline that I understand, and I'm certainly not casting blame at anybody for making decisions you had to make in order to meet something we put out there for you. But the numbers look confusing to me because when I got to Fulton County last year, it was explained to me that the purpose of Fulton Films was fully just to license our buildings, permit our buildings for filming, and that it was self-funding, that it covered its cost. But this doesn't actually seem to say that unless I'm misreading the numbers. It looks to me like, based on the numbers that are supposed to be transferred, we're transferring $522,000 and change from arts and culture, from FGTV and Fulton Films over to this now new Fulton Films set up under EEL, but we're only bringing in about $300,000 a year, and now we're asking for an additional $80,000 in funding for a new position coming from library. So the number here is $604,564 added to your budget to cover the cost of all of this, but it's only bringing in $300,000 and change per year. So I'm curious as to why we as a body and as a county think this is a good idea, which you may not be able to answer. But I will ask this, just from a logic standpoint, Samir, when you're doing economic development and working with the development authority, I mean, my sort of understanding is that our idea is to invest a small amount of money to, have a 10x result in property tax from real estate transactions that occur, right? So in this case, we're spending money and we're actually just spending money to bring in less money. So it's not really economic development in its current iteration. Would you agree, or is that not accurate?
I think it is an industry engagement, which is what we do in economic development. So one of the functions is around site selection and helping to get dollars out of the ground. Another big piece, we participate in trade shows with the state in important industry segments. So we'll be going to the BioLife Science trade show here in San Diego in about a month because we're making a big push around life sciences, both with our win in Boston Scientific and Johns Creek, the authority-supported science park there at Georgia Tech, something that we think as a region we can go after. So I see it very much as an industry engagement operation, an initiative. Whether the funding is comparable to what we do with other industries, maybe not so much. I mean, I think that's a question more for the board. But I wouldn't see it as not an economic development function. It is industry engagement and how to support that ecosystem. I can't speak to the return on dollars piece.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not economic development. I'm saying it's not successful economic development in the sense that the goal is to, bring in significant revenue. Additional property tax revenue doesn't feel like it's doing that. It also, and this is just a question, you have how many staffers currently? Not including this?
4 in economic development. Well, 3 in economic development. The balance, the other 8 or so are in workforce development funded through our federal workforce grant.
Okay, so the Fulton Films folks then, so you have, I'm sorry, let me rephrase this. I assume you go after a lot of different industry sectors based on what you just said, life sciences right now, and you have, work that you're doing apparently that has to do with international trade and all kinds of decisions that you make about which industries to pursue to bring real opportunity to the county. And you have 3 people doing that for all the industries? And now you'll have 3 more people doing it just for this one small sector that doesn't seem to bring in real results.
2 full-time and some support staff that we'll bring on as needed. Yeah.
Okay. I find all of this really troubling. It just feels to me like we're spending a lot of money for something that doesn't have a lot of positive impact for the citizens. There's not a lot of positive impact from, this is not your fault, but not a lot of positive impact from a property tax standpoint, from an economic development standpoint, possibly from a branding standpoint. It's not a bad thing, but I don't know if it's worth it if we're not at least covering our costs, let alone bringing in additional dollars. So I have some serious concerns about this. And I think I would have been less concerned if we weren't adding another position. And so, I mean, it also feels to me like, and maybe you both can help answer this question, but when I look at the new model, it seems to me that we took a full-time management position away from FGTV and are now giving that responsibility to your deputy director and put that full-time person over in Fulton Films. So, but then we're giving another full-time person to Fulton Films, and we're not fixing the person that got taken away from. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, don't we need a leader, somebody in leadership who's fully focused on FGTV, or do we not? And the person who was doing both in the past is now only going to be doing half of that job. I'm just confused by this decision.
So just quickly, I'll speak to the full-time position for that is the film marketing coordinator. I spoke to the 2 roles that the organization has of promoting Fulton County for filming and then also promoting our facilities. That film marketing coordinator, their main role will be doing the film permitting side of things. You need someone in-house to be able to be responsive to film location sets. I said we approved 25 annually. I'd say you see 60, 70, 80 that come through in interest and tours that are set up and coordinating with different departments on what does that film setup look like, if they do submit and commit to a contract, like being on site and making sure things are packed away appropriately. So you need somebody to kind of lead that, whereas you would have, I would envision the division manager doing more strategic thought of what are those different important industry engagement activities we want to do. How do we actually do those? How do we set those up? And then that, again, that full-time employee is supporting those activities from a logistical standpoint. And you have on-call part-time employees. So that is the reason why we have that one full-time employee. And then David could speak to the leadership of FGTV.
So I think it's an opportunity for us to just reimagine what those 2 initiatives look like. And so when you're looking at film, part of putting together these film festivals and going out into community is really to invite people to say, I want to live, work, stay, and play in Fulton County. Take advantage of the tax credit incentives, buy a house, we'll get some of that property tax money to go back into it. So I think it's an opportunity on the film side to say, let's be a little bit more creative and dynamic under economic development to really push that. Now, in terms of FGTV, currently, my deputy director has a degree in film and broadcasting. So this would also be another reimagined opportunity for us, because when I started doing research, I looked at the fact that we weren't really making the kind of impact that I think we should, that we're making in other initiatives. And when you start looking at our impact in social media, I think we had about as many posts as we did followers. So now it's an opportunity for arts and culture to really get in there, look at the programming that we provide, enhance those programs, but also enhance the branding. I've been in meetings with WABE who has content that would love to share it on our station, which would be another opportunity to partner and collaborate. So I look at it on both sides as an opportunity for everyone to reimagine, roll up their sleeve, and make what we're doing, which is great, a little bit more impactful.
Thank you. I think FGTV, and I want to be clear about this, is obviously we're on it right now. I think it's critical for the citizens in terms of getting information about what's happening in the county. So I'm all for that. And I agree with your assessment that we could be doing more and reaching more people. And that is going to require effort on y'all's part. And I'm glad that your deputy director has that background. That was not something I knew, so I'm glad to hear that. So I'm that part of it I really have no issue with, and it must continue, and if we can make it better and reach more people, I'm all for that. That is a value to the citizens that is clear to me. the issue I have is on the Fulton film side, if I'm just, to be fair. And I am going to have a really hard time supporting another position for this when we have no, at least for me, and I did ask this question, and I understand the response that you gave me, Dr. Rochelle, but, if we're going to set some goals in terms of the amount of business we bring in, and if there's other ways to quantify it in terms of people who are moving here as a result of attending these festivals, or if there are people interested in buying real estate here for studios or what have you, that's great. But I feel like without having clear goals and metrics, and just continuing to invest in something that doesn't really serve, like from my perspective, the county in a measurable and real way, then I also sort of have to support the board's decision to move things around and do what we're doing, but I don't think I really need to support spending additional money on another position for this without goals and metrics. I personally would be happy to hold and wait for y'all to come back with some reporting on what the plans are and how we're going to turn Fulton Films into something that brings in more revenue or more economic impact. On the other hand, if that's not possible, or if everybody else is ready to move ahead, I don't think that I'm going to be willing to support it, just FYI.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
So, I did not support this move that was done, and so I'm not going to be supporting this either. The move that was done by the board was done without any thought, without any foresight, and without any vision. And obviously also without any planning, because now we're coming back to say, oh, okay, well, here's what we're going to do to try to get back to what we did. We already adopted our budget. These positions were already placed somewhere else. And so none of this makes any sense to me. The only reason FGTV was moved with Fulton Films to arts by our county manager was because FGTV and Fulton Films were kind of one and the same. Frankly, FGTV should go back to external affairs and communications. It makes no sense to have it in arts unless we're creating original programming, right? I mean, that's what arts does. Arts creates programming. We're not creating any original programming. And so it makes no sense for FGTV to be under arts. It should be back under external affairs. I don't believe that it made sense to move Fulton Films to economic development because arts is just as much economic development as film is. And so it does not make sense to me. I don't think it makes sense in general. I do have to push back on what I heard Commissioner Barrett just say. And I think, maybe it does make sense to hold this. And for us to do some research and to get some numbers. Because it seems dismissive, Commissioner Barrett, to just say, oh, there's no impact. We're spending $600,000, we're only making $300,000. How many films were produced in Fulton last year?
In the county, I'm not aware of that number.
Okay. What was the average budget of the number out of those films that was produced in Fulton County last year?
I don't know that number.
What's the average budget of a film? And I'm not picking on you, Samir. I'm just showing, I'm just illustrating how little thought has gone into this, right? So somebody comes to town and they do a $50 million film and they shoot it in Fulton County and we get sales tax off of that and people say there's no economic impact? We get sales tax, but do we get sales tax money from somebody? If somebody comes to Fulton County and spends $50 million on hiring people, buying products and doing all that, don't we get money from sales tax from that? Do we?
I think some of the local jurisdictions get money, yes.
Is Fulton County one of the local jurisdictions that gets a piece of sales tax money?
Portion? I think so, yeah.
Okay, so in my mind, we would at least need to do a study or talk about it. Do you know what was the economic impact for the film industry in the state of Georgia last year?
Not off the top of my head.
$8.55 billion in economic output in the state of Georgia last year. It grew by more than 17% each year from 2012 to 23, creating a $29.65 billion economic impact on Georgia's economy. Now, Fulton County is about 10% of the state. So and I don't know if you can transpose the numbers like that, but if I take 10% of 8.5 billion in 1 year, that's a pretty significant amount of money. We're 10% of the population. It's probably more than 10%, because I bet you probably 50% of the stuff is happening right here in Fulton County. It's not 10% of films being done here in Fulton County. How many people moved here as a result of the fact that they're working in Fulton County shooting on these projects?
I don't know that number.
We don't know any of the things that would be relevant for us to make any type of decision. And I don't think that we need to be dismissive of the economic impact. I think, if anything, we should be asking, what is the economic impact? The state film office probably has these numbers. It's probably a phone call away, or an email away. And so the rental fees might be part of it, and what we generate from rental fees may be part of it, but I think, as you pointed out, there are multi-different areas like sales tax revenue, property tax revenue, that all would add to the bottom line of what we get in Fulton County. 10% of $8.5 billion would get us over the $600,000. 10% of $29.65 billion gets us way over that. So I think there's more to economic impact than meets the eye, than the dollars that are coming in for the rental of facilities. And I would suggest as we're talking about this item, it might be beneficial to talk to the person that had the vision to start it in the beginning.
Commissioner Thorne.
You guys, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your recommendation. Given the mission of the two different departments, I think it's wise. And actually, Commissioner Arrington, I agree with you. I kind of feel like FGTV, their mission is to inform and broadcast, the services that we do in Fulton County and I know it was with Jessica and External Affairs before my time, but I do see that perhaps with the split, that maybe it does need to go back to External Affairs. I have noticed the impact that you guys have had on social media. David, you guys have done a great job. I hope that somehow you could FGTV could partner with all the departments across and help them ramp up social media as well. One thing I was wondering, we had an inducement for Fulton Films of $250K, is that correct? This year?
An enhancement? An enhancement of 250?
Yes.
That's correct.
And in that 250, what did that allow you to do extra that you wouldn't normally do?
The 250 assisted us in covering a part-time staff, but it also assisted us in providing and supporting film festivals locally and as well as nationally to kind of increase our brands.
Okay. And we talked about economic, Commissioner Arrington brought up the economic impact. I know there was talk about reducing the tax credits on the legislative side. Did that talk, was just talk and nothing happened? Or is that talk that's still bubbling that might happen?
Speak to that? It'll be something that continues to bubble up. I think right now where they're at is raising the minimum spend thresholds. Again, there is no cap at the state as to how many of these tax credits they will issue, and I think the state, not exclusive to the film industry, you've seen it, same with the data center industry, got a little over their skis in their commitments that were out there, and I think given the tempo of film investment that has increased year over year, there's not such a need to be aggressive on the tax incentive side of things. And that's why they're being a little more constrained in the offering to the state.
Okay. And one last thing, I have kids that live out in Utah, and they sent me the other day that Sundance Film Festival is looking at possibly moving to Atlanta in 2026, I think. What is that possibility, or are you guys in play with that?
I have no inside information. I would imagine they are, just like South by Southwest in Austin, leveraging it as an opportunity to get greater investment where they currently are. I mean, I think there's a lot of brand association with Utah and Sundance that both parties are not very interested to walk away from. It would be a great coup, probably expensive to get it here and to make it happen here, so interesting discussions, yeah.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to commend both of you for coming together and working on this plan in such a short period of time, and especially since it was not originally your plan. David always says collaboration over competition, and this is very evident of that. Commissioner Arrington mentioned that FGTV should create original programming. And David, I remember you actually saying that early on when FGTV was moved under Arts and Culture, and you expressed your desire to create original content, and even looking at other cities and counties across the United States at what they were doing in Washington, D.C. and other places. And so I think that you and Commissioner Arrington are on the same page. And I think that would be great for Fulton County because it's something that we greatly need. I first found out how important FGTV was to our residents when early on, working for the late Commissioner Garner, someone tried to change the programming format. And when I tell you the seniors, they learned how to use email real fast because they sent all kinds of emails, they called and everything, and voiced their disagreement with changing the formatting of the programming because they were so used to turning that TV on and watching certain things at certain times. And so FGTV is very important to our constituents, and I want to see it continue to grow and be even bigger and better. And but I think there's more work and more planning that needs to take place as it relates to this. And I just think that you both didn't have enough time to really think everything through. And you can tell that by the statements and questions that my colleagues have presented to you. But I want to say thank you for the hard work that you've done. You did it's good. You did a good job. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Mr. Chairman, this is just sort of a point of order here. We have 2 budget soundings, and the second one has nothing to do with this. It's on moving some budget from police department for animal control, or I think from emergency management to the police department. Is that correct? I just want to make sure that if we do make a decision to hold on this Fulton Films, whatever side of it, that we go ahead and approve the budget sounding for the animal control issue. I don't know, can we hear that separately?
We can divide them.
Okay.
It's not a problem.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I was just going to make a minor note that the so-called $250,000 budget enhancement this year was not a real budget enhancement because the budget last year for Fulton Films was $500,000. It was only an enhancement because finance did not include it as a recurring amount. And I'll go ahead and make the motion to, I'll make the motion to hold 24-0304.
Okay, I think what you want to do is hold, strike that. There are 2 items included in 0303. One is the EMA to the Fulton County Police, and the one we're talking about now is the arts to select Fulton. That's the one you want to hold.
Yes, sir. That's why I announced the agenda item. I know that there was a motion that they be heard together, but there was no motion that they be voted on together. So we heard them together, and my motion was based on agenda item number 24-0304.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Aaron has made a motion to hold. Commissioner Natalie Hall has seconded that motion. Let's vote then. Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard before we dispose of this?
And I'm fine with approving 0303.
Yeah, I'd like to be heard.
You want to be heard? You want to wait?
What's not on the screen?
I was just saying that the motion is on 3033.
Correct.
So it's a motion, Commissioner Erickson made a motion to hold on 3034. We're not there yet.
No, his motion was 0303.
So I can wait. I think the confusion was that the matters were announced to be heard together and there was a vote that they be heard together, but I'm fine with proceeding with the motion on 0303. I can wait until after we vote on 0303 to make my motion on 0304.
Right. Everybody clear?
Yes.
All right. And the motion is to hold.
No, we're back, Mr. Chair. I believe we're back to Commissioner Ellis's motion to approve 0303, which was seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
Good. Wait a minute now. The Ellis motion was to approve, which was seconded by Commissioner Thorne. That's what I have.
Yes, sir. And that is on 0303. My motion is not on 0303 at all. My motion is on 0304. So I will withdraw my motion so that we can proceed on the motion on the floor, which is that of Commissioner Ellis on 0303.
Okay. All right, everybody clear? Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard on 0303?
Sure. This is budget neutral, as I understand it. We're just, okay, so there's no additional funds. It's just moving funds from one to another. I will say this, I wasn't in support of Fulton Films when we did it. I think in general, I think we could reimagine a Fulton County without Fulton Films. We would get a better return from it. I recognize the input, the value that we get from the film industry in Georgia, but I think those results are obtained given the tax credit and the work of the state. I don't think the work we're doing materially adds anything to it and potentially is a net negative versus everything that you all have shown, kind of and brought forth. There's nothing to disprove that fact. I said that when we talked about this to begin with, so that's not an affront to anybody involved in it. That's just where I felt like, and I haven't seen any results to the contrary. But I'll support it, given that this is a budget neutral thing, that we decided we were going to do in terms of just bifurcate these functions. But, you know, it's sort of a separate discussion, really, I think, about sort of operationally what we want to do with these two entities. And I think they need to be reimagined, and I think they need to be reimagined both in a much more smaller fashion and something that actually is going to provide some functional impact to the taxpayers of the county. And I really don't see it from what we invest in either Fulton Films or FGTV. I think FGTV plays a function in terms of sharing our meeting content and that sort of stuff and other meeting content, but the notion of investing in creating original programming for a government television channel at a county level, no thanks. Don't see how that provides any benefit to the citizens, and nor is any citizen I have crying out for that and asking for that. I'm not sure. I've been doing this almost 10 years, and I'm sure had anybody even asked me about FGTV, period, much less adding content to it. So, but I'll be supportive of, you know, making this move and these changes, but, you know, probably a discussion for another day. I think we could have about reimagining both of these into a much more smaller functions and smaller employee footprint in a very focused framework for what they're supposed to be doing.
Okay, motion on the floor is to approve 0Z303. Commissioner Barrett?
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Ellis, and I mean, there's a part of me that feels like I don't necessarily need to vote against it because it is budget neutral, and if this is the recommendation of the board, I'm sorry, of the management team in terms of how to address a board action, I mean, I don't want to necessarily stand in the way of that for, you know, just to stand on ceremony. That said, I would like to request that we get a full set of goals, objectives, you know, some of what Commissioner Arrington was talking about as it related to impact, but more that for the budget, when we start thinking about the budget for 2025, that we're looking critically at this whole set of services and as to where it should be, logically speaking, in the county, not based on personalities and what have you, and what its real goal is and if it serves us or not, versus just going ahead and moving forward with this for the 2025 budget as if it's a done deal, because I do think we need to reconsider what we're doing here and make sure that it makes sense. So I would like to ask when we get to the time for budget recommendations that we get more information on this and can make good decisions about how to move forward.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah, I'm going to do a substitute motion to remove the Arts Cultural Library and Fulton Films from this recommendation and only proceed with the police and emergency management recommendation.
So you can call for a division. We can divide it without a motion if you want to separate it.
Okay, yeah, I'll call for division.
Okay. So that's acceptable. So we'll be voting on then on only the EMA and the FCPD piece of this. And that motion will be to approve. Let's vote. You got it, Madam Clerk? Okay. We're on 0303, but we're dividing it to the two items included in that. We're not voting right now on the arts and that arts and select Fulton.
But we will be, correct?
What?
But we will be.
We will, yeah.
Okay.
But not right now. This vote is only on the first piece, Emergency Management EMA and the FCP, Fulton County Police Department. So let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Now, the second piece, arts to select Fulton. Mr. Arrington, what's your pleasure? Now, your motion still was to approve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my pleasure would be a motion to deny, but I think I'm gonna just do a motion to hold.
Okay. Is there a second?
Point of order. I thought we had a division and we're voting on them individually, not secondary motions on them.
No. We divided 0303. We approved the first part.
Right.
Second
So then
part
we
now-
should be proceeding to vote on that.
We're voting now on the second part. Your motion was to approve.
Right.
Commissioner Arrington is making a substitute motion to hold.
I'm not sure that's proper. I mean,
proper.
if you had a division, then you should be voting on them individually, not coming back and revisiting individual motions on them.
Madam County Attorney, Madam Parliamentarian, put your parliamentarian hat on. I think it's proper to vote now. Your motion, Commissioner Ellis, was to approve. The second part of this was Arts to select Fulton. That was seconded by, I believe, Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Arrington has made a substitute motion to hold that one. I think that's proper.
I believe that the motion to hold is a subsidiary motion that has to be voted on first, but we are looking to confirm that now.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
I think we're all comparing notes. We have put forward an implementation of what you've already approved. Now you're back revisiting all kinds of issues, from the efficacy of pursuing the film industry as a segment, to the amount of money invested, to even the role of FGTV. So I think what would be helpful for us, if you do hold, is two things. Number one, recognize that we have created, at least in a subset of our employees, a degree of uncertainty. In other words, when they heard this as being separated, that raises the specter of who's going where, is anybody's job in jeopardy. So the longer that that's kept in abeyance, I'd say the more of a negative impact that has. But if you do decide to do that, what would be good is for us to know with clarity what you're wanting us to bring back at the next meeting. Is it the entire film industry, economic impact for Georgia, or is it how much of library salaries transferred from that were never filled? In other words, that's two ends of a huge spectrum of issues that have been brought up. And if you could define that for us, then we'll bring that information back to try to satisfy whatever issues were raised.
We're really complicating something that's real simple. Madam County, strike that. Madam Parliamentarian.
Yes, it appears it is a subsidiary motion that is voted on first before you dispose of the main motion. So the motion to hold would be disposed of first.
Thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please. Wait a minute, I didn't second that. I did not second that. No. I thought you did, Commissioner Hall, on the whole. It's Commissioner Hall.
That's why they need to press the button.
Come on, guys. Yes.
Just since we have a second, on the library positions that were not staffed, are we saying that they don't need those positions and they won't need them going forward into next year? Like, is this a permanent change where the library no longer needs $80,000 worth of staff?
So, no, they will not need those positions in the future. They have been vacant for multiple years. They have substantial vacancies to cover any needs that they have. We specifically involved the library director to select the positions that would have no impact on the operations and what's needed at the library. So this would be a permanent move.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're straight. Now, this, a motion to hold, substitute motion to hold by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall.
And the vote is open. And the motion to hold fails, 2 yeas, 5 nays.
All right, now back to the motion to approve. Let's vote, please. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention.
Continue. 0304, yeah.
240304, Human Resources Management, request approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Questions or comments? All right, motion to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
Now, Dr. Rochelle, the only comment that I'd have is that I think that Fulton Films is getting screwed in this in terms of personnel. There's no way they can do all that they are charged with doing with the with the staff that they have. They're going to need more people at some point. Just an observation. Continue.
240305, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to increase spending authority in the total amount of $52,372.30 for the purchase, delivery, and installation of additional furniture and related to the Department of Registration and Election.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Arts and Libraries, 240306, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and Hammond's House Incorporated for the purpose of providing reoccurring funding in the amount of $200,000 for the operation and management of the current arts and culture programs.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Mr. Thorne,
Yeah, I just had a quick question. The next 4 items are all recurring funding, and Commissioner Arrington raised a point that Fulton Films wasn't recurring funding, but yet these are recurring funding. How is that determined, when it becomes recurring funding and when it doesn't?
Thank you, Commissioner Thorne. These items were approved by the board, I think 3 years ago, to be added in as recurring legacy partners. So that was by a specific board action. And so after that, we've built them into the base budget for the department as a recurring expense.
All right, let's vote, please. 0306.
Can these 4 items be heard together?
We can. Any objections? All right, let's take 0306, 0307, 0308, and 0309 together.
240307, request approval of a contract between Fulton County and Johns Creek Art Center for the purpose of providing recurring funding in the amount of $200,000 for operation and management of the current arts and culture programs. 240308, request approval of a contract with the National Black Arts Festival for the purpose of recurring funding for the operation and management of current arts and culture programs. And 240309, request approval of a contract with the Chattahoochee Nature Center for the purpose of providing recurring funding.
All right, you have a favorable motion on all 4. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Health and Human Services, 240310, Public Works, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing on-call traffic signal maintenance services in the amount of $260,000.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240311, Senior Services, request presentation of the Senior Transportation Uber Lyft Program update and request approval of the $4 cost share per one-way trip.
Mr. Chairman, the Director and Deputy Director for the Department of Senior Services are coming forward with the presentation. This also coincides with 240312. Just as background, during the budget process, the Department of Senior Services did request an enhancement of $1.5 million in anticipation of attempting to sustain the current level of service in the Uber Lyft program, but did caveat the board that without any controls on ridership, that the $1.5 million may not be sufficient to sustain the program through the end of 2024. With that in mind, the board did ask for the staff to look at means testing as a sustainability solution. And so today we are presenting our findings regarding the ability to implement a means testing program, which you will hear today is not going to be the recommendation of the department and the reasons why, and the recommendation of the team to move forward with a cost share increase as a mechanism to address sustainability in the program. So I'll turn it over to Ladisi Oni-Lagu, the department director, and you should have also received a board memo concerning this matter.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. Good afternoon. Ladisi Oni-Lagu, Senior Services Director. Joining me is Quayla Rashid Henry, Deputy Director, and Raphael Patterson, Program Manager. Next slide. Slide 2 presents a contract scope overview and funding information. The vendor is Common Courtesy. The program supports our alternative senior transportation service, which is 100% demand response. This means that seniors can schedule trips the same day. The hours of operation are Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5. The projected cost, the contract was renewed and we are currently in year 2 of the renewal. It was renewed at $3.1 million. After today's agenda for the $1.5 million in spending authority increase, we will have a total of $4.6 million for this year's program. Next slide. Slide 3 projects ridership and trip data, which continues to increase annually. We've collected data since 2019. As you can see, we had 523 riders at that time. Fast forward to 2024, a total of 2,837 seniors scheduled trips during the month of March. If you'll look at the last bar on your chart, we wanted to project forward for this year. So we annualized 45,244 trips, which is the total taken in the first quarter. And moving that through December, we could experience a total of 180,000 trips taken by seniors. This is actually a 10% increase compared to 2023. We wanted to consider what a 15% growth from last year would be, and so annualizing that would result in a potential 192,000 trips to be taken by December. Next slide. Slide 4 presents program recommendation updates, and as Dr. Rochelle has shared with you, our team went back after the December meeting to begin exploring the means testing process. But what we discovered and our concern is that This would be an added burden to seniors to present proof of income. There would be an increased administrative cost. There is an inadequate program resources to manage the means test, and not only to manage, but to reevaluate if seniors' financial situations change. There's an absence of a secure system to safeguard the personal financial information, and we believe that seniors will be reluctant to share new required documentation. So upon further investigation, means testing is no longer a recommended option. Next slide. Our new recommendation is a $4 cost share per trip. We could experience a potential savings of $45,000, and this allows the department to manage the program within the budget. Next slide. This final slide projects budget impact. If you consider slide 3, we use that to mirror this information for you here. As we previously showed, we annualized 45,000 trips taken for the first quarter of this year, getting us up to 180,000 trips for the end of the year. We wanted to show the math for this to get our total cost. Each invoice has an administrative fee, and that's an average of maybe $66,000 a month. It could fluctuate. But if we use that as a baseline and add that to the number of annual trips, and each trip averages about 19 to 22, we took the higher number, then the projected 180,000 trips for 2024 could result in $4.8 million. And that goes a little over our $4.6 million budget for this year. We wanted to know how much 192,000 trips would cost by the end of the year, and the second bar from the top down shows $5 million. With the $4 cost share implemented, we're projecting $4.1 million. It's important to note that 6,710 seniors are currently registered for this service. If any of these seniors schedule a trip, and they can, and they took the average number of trips each month, which is 8 trips per month, then we could experience $15 million for this program. This concludes today's presentation. We're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Could you go to page 4?
Slide 4?
Slide 4, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Where it's program recommendation updates.
Yes, sir.
Step 4. None of that makes any sense to me with the staff that y'all have. There must be any number of situations where people have to show proof of income, and you got to increase administrative costs.
Yeah.
Inadequate program resources to manage. Absence of a secure system to safeguard personal information. And reluctance to share required documentation. None of that makes any sense to me.
Yes, sir. We know that from the December 20th
Could you
meeting,
speak up, please, ma'am?
Yes, sir. It makes sense to us because, as an example, after the December 20th discussion, and even any changes that may occur with the transportation service, we experienced an uptick in calls and information for transportation. So seniors are, they do post questions, but we know that no program that we currently provide requires this type of information. So it is new. It will be new to seniors. And there will be a reluctance because of the change, and that's just a natural part of any type of change that's implemented. There is no system in place right now to store senior financial information. So there is an absence of that. We do not currently have the staffing or the financial resources to not only manage the means test. Doesn't mean that we can't get there. We would just need more money to do it and a lot more staff to implement it. and a system.
All right, Commissioner Barrett, followed by Commissioner Arrington, and then Commissioner Ellis. I stand by my statement. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. So I'm going to start by sort of digging into this slide 4 in more detail. You call this a means testing discovery. Who was surveyed to find out whether they would feel, first of all, you have 2 items on here that I feel like are the same. One says added burden on seniors to present proof, and the last one says senior reluctance to share new required documentation. So did we survey our seniors, all of them, countywide?
We did not survey them for this means testing, but we have a practice of surveying seniors every single quarter and making sure that we're in touch with what their concerns and thoughts are. So we have a pretty good idea.
So,
and
I'm
an
sorry, just to be
understanding of
clear,
seniors.
did we specifically survey seniors, any number of seniors, about this exact question? If you were asked to provide proof of income or and again, I'm not sure what the proof is that you're asking for. Perhaps it was just, what is your income range? Are you on a fixed income? Like, what did we ask them? Where's the survey and where are the results?
This is based on staff expertise and just knowledge of the population that we work with. So no, Commissioner, we did not conduct a survey countywide to ask, would you be willing to provide proof of income? But we're pretty sure, just based on other changes that we've implemented in other programs, that there is a natural tendency to be reluctant to any type of change in a program that seniors have been accustomed to.
For a couple of years, and this is anecdotal, so there's no evidence-based anything here. This is just, it feels that way. Is it 3 people that have expressed concern? Is it 10 people? Is it 20 people that y'all spoke to on the phone? Is it 100 people? Is it 6,000 people? I mean, this just feels very vague to me. And I think certainly before I would accept any or vote to approve any recommendation, I would need a lot more data on the effort made to actually do discovery about means testing. Let's talk about the increased administrative costs. How much?
We would need, and I projected about, I think 500,000, and that would include additional staff to begin contacting all 6,000 seniors who are registered to inform them of the process, to make sure that, and what we did was draft a policy so we can present it to the board, because we did go back after the December meeting and start looking at how the policy would look to give back to you. But the cost, I looked at 500,000, and that would include staffing and a system.
Well, I'd like to see the breakdown of that, and it occurs to me that, I mean, there's this, there are notes throughout this that sort of say that you have a requirement to means test this 6,700 or whatever it is, people who registered. But we've never had 6,700 people use the system. So there apparently are at least 3,000 or more people who have registered and never used it. It seems quite clear to me that we could send some type of notification to everyone saying we will be renewing applications starting at whatever date and time. Here's the link to go fill it out. If you don't have access to such a thing, here's a phone number to call. The idea that we would have to call 6,000 some odd people doesn't make sense to me.
Commissioner, may I insert there?
Sure.
Now, there's a one-time registration fee, and that's the way the program was developed. I mean, we can always go back and reevaluate, but once a senior pays $15, they are part of the program. And so there is no set time where our team goes back and says, your time's coming up to resubmit your application. But I think I hear what you're saying. If we know that we have not logged 6,700 seniors in 1 month to schedule rides, then that could be a part that we could take back.
I mean, certainly
start.
My feeling is that if you are going to actually start implementing the means test, that it could be done incrementally as people are using the system. we also, I think, talked about, when we talked about this before, the idea of grandfathering in people who were already using the system. And I don't know that that would be the full 6,700, but certainly the 2,000 and some odd regular users would be grandfathered in, and we would start the means testing on people who were new. And I do think there is a way to go back to people who have never used the system, who just signed up to say, you know, if you're not using this, you will be dropped from the rolls basically after X amount of period of time, which I think is a fair thing to do. I would need a very clear understanding of what these administrative costs are. When we get to inadequate program resources to manage means test, I think that's the same thing. Is that not another line that describes the same thing? Number 2 and number 3 on this list, increased administrative costs and inadequate program resources. What is the difference?
Well, administering, they're somewhat similar, Commissioner, but they're different. So administering, but then program resources involves personnel, systems that we would use. But we can provide the breakdown for those costs to you. So the second bullet speaks to cost itself. The third system talks about all of the resources it would take to implement this program.
So let me ask a question. When people join this program now,
Yes, ma'am.
you take some information from them. Yes?
We do.
So you would take their name, you would take their what, address, evidence that they live in Fulton County? I believe there's some proof of residency required,
Sure.
correct?
I'll have Raphael Patterson explain the intake process briefly.
Okay, great.
Excuse me. So the senior calls the Fulton County Star Line. They tell us that they would like they have a transportation need. We take their information. They have to be 60 years of age. They have to be a Fulton County resident. They have to be able to get in and out of the car by themselves. They have to be able to utilize a cell phone.
So you ask them these various questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And you store that information somewhere.
Right. We have Common Courtesy, which is our vendor. They have their own database. So once we take that information, we put it into their database, and we take the senior's credit card information, and we also store it in their database.
So we're taking age, location, like their address, their credit card information, and we have somewhere secure to store all of that, but we don't have somewhere secure to store one additional question or two additional questions.
So we totally rely on the vendor's system. I want us to have our own system in order to do that. So as a part of the program, Common Courtesy, and it's in the contract, they're required to have a database that secures all of this. But because we're going into means testing, Fulton County Department of Senior Services does not have their own system to store.
Have we asked Common Courtesy to provide pricing to add this to their program?
No.
I mean, I just feel like there's so much that isn't done here. And to say that we don't have a secure system to safeguard personal financial information, I mean, didn't we just go through?
No insult to Kevin, no insult.
But I'm just saying, I mean, I think that the county has done an exceptional job of making sure we do have secure, data across the county. So I don't understand how in this one circumstance, we don't have an ability to store secure data. This makes no sense to me.
Not saying that we don't have an ability. The bullet says there is an absence of a secure system.
So, but have we gotten the price for a system? What is the cost of a system to secure this type of information?
We can provide that.
And are there not programs that seniors participate in which they have to show that they have a means issue? Not here, just in general. For example, when you are applying for a variety of things and you're, you have children at school, if they qualify for the federal free and reduced lunch program, they automatically qualify for other things. Are there not other programs that seniors have to qualify for that we could just say, if you are a member of this program, then you would qualify for this and have that verification done? Have we looked into any of this is what I'm saying. It feels very much like what is presented here was anecdotal. It feels like it's hard. It feels like it's a lot. We don't want to do it. That's how it reads to me.
Understood.
So Commissioner Barrett, thank you very much for those comments. We certainly can take this back and look at best practices in other industries, best practices in senior services industry, how other companies are administering a means test to answer all of the questions that you have. So we're happy to take that back and bring back a more fleshed out recommendation as it relates to how operationally a means test program could work, taking all of the feedback that you and Chairman Pitts have provided, if you would allow us to do that.
I appreciate that. I just want to add, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I want to add one other thing here. You know, it feels like we're going to continue to come back to this. And I'm not saying, by the way, that increasing a cost is not a better way to go. If we have all that data and we can see it, it may be a better way to go. My concern is this program we do not seem to have an ability to control this program, because $4 today isn't necessarily going to work tomorrow or next year or the year after as prices go up and as more people hear about this program. If we're putting a program on for the county that we are essentially, you know, for all intents and purposes, afraid to advertise, because if you advertise this to everybody 60 and over in Fulton County and they decided to start using it, it would be hundreds of millions. I mean, there's a lot of seniors in this county. And if, you know, I'm going to be 60 in 3 years. Does that mean I can start taking $4 Uber rides? I mean, I think we should not be putting a program into place that we're afraid to even tell people about because it's going to cost too much. We have to find a way to put a program in place that serves the people who genuinely need the service and has an ability to be controlled, you know, systemically, long term, not coming back every couple of years and asking for higher dollar amounts or additional funding. So I'm struggling with this a lot, and I appreciate your willingness to come back, Dr. Rochelle, with some further recommendations, but right now this is just not enough information.
And thank you, Commissioner Barrett. The other thing that I would add, we have proposed caps on ridership. We've proposed caps on the number of trips, and the feedback from the board was that was not the direction at that time that they wanted us to take. And so we've just looked at different iterations of sustainability. So we certainly can take all of this back. And in your example of the 100,000 seniors, we're really already at that point. We already have made a promise, so to speak, by accepting $15 registration for over 6,000 seniors, that we will provide this service, which would cost us $15 million. So we don't have to even advertise anymore. We're already over budget, by 3 or 4.
Let me just say one last thing and then I'll move on. But I appreciate what you're saying. I also appreciate that the willingness of the board hasn't been there to put some of these controls in place. So part of my frustration is not with you all, it's with all of us, because we have to look at this more pragmatically as a group. And we have to be able to say, we want to serve our seniors who need it, but we don't want to create this program that goes on and can become, you know, more than the cost of everything we're doing if we just keep going. So it's not just, I'm just frustrated in general, not with you all, and I appreciate the work that you have done and that you are doing for the seniors who are using the service right now, for sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I want to challenge us to maybe take a step back when we look at this. And I think I mentioned this before, and Mr. CIO, I probably need your help. I think we have a lot of different departments that are collecting data on Fulton County residents. It seems to me that when people go to the Fulton County website, that they could register and all of their data would track with them across every department in Fulton County. So when you gotta go get your property taxes, your data's in there, your income's in there. I don't understand why we are getting information and inputting it into someone else's database. I assume that that's being done manually. That doesn't seem smart, and it doesn't seem like we're using technology to our advantage. We're having multiple people in multiple departments input the same data on the same people over and over again. People should be able to register with the website. When I go to my bank, I register and they know who I am. They pull up all my information every time. How do we get our website to do the same thing so that our departments can share it? And I don't even know, I mean, we're inputting data into common courtesy. I assume that they've given us, that these people have given us permission to input that data and to share it with common courtesy. I don't even know that that has happened.
Yes, sir.
But, I mean, I don't know why we would be filling someone else's database with our information on our people. That defies logic.
They schedule the trips for the county, so they work directly with Uber and Lyft, Commissioner.
Okay, that's irrelevant to my point. My point is we should be collecting all the data and sharing it internally with all our departments, regardless of who books a trip or who pay their taxes or who votes or whatever. I should have one record in Fulton County, and it should tell me everything that I do with Fulton County. My tag on my car, my property taxes, my voting record, everything should track all around the county, and it should be accessible through one database on our website. Mr. CIO, how can we make that happen?
No, thank you, Commissioner Arrington. There are definitely solutions out there for centralized data around what's typically client management data, right? This would be constituent data. So there are models where you do have your line of business tools where you are capturing that information, but then on the back end, there is a centralized database, like you're saying, that has the common information about a given constituent and then what solutions or lines of service they're tied to. So there are dedicated platforms that do just that.
And Commissioner Arrington, I would add, we perhaps could take some lessons from the health industry that have installed electronic health records that do exactly what you're saying. So many of you may have a MyChart when you visit a health system. So if we use something similar to the health industry, an electronic health record system, perhaps we could do exactly just what you're saying. So I'm happy to work with Kevin to look at the client management platform, something similar to an electronic health record system for the county.
I mean, the other thing I would say, it's a great point. It's created a whole business. The CRM, customer relationship management business, has grown up to do just exactly what you're talking about, because all of the systems grew up serving lines of business, generally in corporation. Like in the one I came from, wireline, totally different than wireless, even though it was the same customer. Now they're getting to that point, but I think it's a really an interesting challenge to take on. And there are solutions out there.
Yeah, it just doesn't, we got people manually collecting data in 30 different departments, and they all keep in 30 different databases. I think we could be a lot more efficient in that regard, and and I think that would decrease the administrative costs, right? And I think there wouldn't be no added burden because they register once. They wouldn't have to produce this every year or once a quarter. Your information's in there forever, right? So let's definitely rework this. I agree with the chairman and Commissioner Barrett that this needs to be reworked, and that. But my point is, again, taking a step back, because this is not just. I'm not talking just about senior services. I'm talking about countywide, right? And how do we do that and streamline those processes for everyone in the county, for every department in the county that has customer or client-based interactions?
Just one editorial comment. I think we're looking for the least disruptive solution, but it may not solve the issue. In other words, this is a service that has grown 400% since 2019. We have 6,000 seniors signed up out of 100 and something thousand. I mean, this is a runaway train. And pricing is the clearest way to suppress demand of any service or product. And I don't know, if you've only got 6,000, 100 and something thousand signed up, even if you means tested, there's probably even more out there that have not even signed up yet that would meet the means test, which would then drive the demand, which would then increase this another 400%. So, I mean, one way to do it is just keep, incrementally dealing with this. We're trying to give you the best information that we have and a range of options. I think it's a very difficult public policy decision to make, but I'm not sure means testing will get the job done either, is the only other input I would provide.
The other question I had, the 8 trips per month.
Yeah.
Is that really 4 trips or is that really 16 trips? Are those is that 8 round trips? Because when you say 8 trips, I mean, if you take me somewhere, you gotta take me back. But if that's 2 trips, then that really means there's really only 4 round trips. So I think it's important for us to have that knowledge.
Absolutely. The contract allows any registered senior to take up to 16 trips and one way. Seniors are not taking all 16. What we're seeing is about an average of 8. So, Commissioner, they may go to the doctor's office, but a friend may take them home, or they may take a round trip to the grocery store. But these are 8 one-way trips. Great question.
Okay. So, but I'm just assuming that, in my mind, that's 4 round trips because typically you go somewhere, you got to get back. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I have a differing viewpoint than the 3 people that spoke previously to me. I think what you have on slide 4 here makes perfect sense, that means testing does cost more, does create a significant administrative burden, and we need not look to the costs that we have to incur, or we've incurred, or to try to structure when we tried to or needed to implement things that were of this vein, i.e. like our emergency assistance program. Look to our neighbors at the state that are trying to administer things with work requirements. Anytime that you're gonna put something in there where you're requiring people to submit data, another party to review data, and then sign off on it, come back and review that, do they still fit, et cetera, you're gonna add significant administrative costs. Meanwhile, my 89-year-old neighbor, all she wants to do is just get a ride to the grocery store or to the doctor. She can pay $4, doesn't have to go find out where her tax form is, this form is. I mean, it's tough enough to deal with all the stuff that they have in terms of, what you do with healthcare and so forth, and being able to submit all the financial information around that. I think this is means testing for a program like this, and the incremental costs are involved. There's no way in the world that's going to justify what the costs are that are going to be associated with that. So I understand what you have on slide 4. I think it makes good sense, and I think you have researched it, you have come to the right conclusion, which really all we asked you to do in this, right, was to either come back and look at, was means testing feasible, or did you want to recommend an alternative, which that's what you provided to us. I mean, we've rehashed the viability of this particular program long-term, given the demand and so forth. But again, as you've noted, we as a body didn't want to implement those other restrictions. So you've done what we asked you to do. I'm in support of moving forward with, at a minimum, the per trip fee, and we can continue to look at sort of other things in terms of what could be longer term to make the program more sustainable. Is it just trips to our center? Is it just trips to our center and to doctor's appointments? Is it, 4 trips instead of 8 or 5 or whatever? I'm perfectly fine with continuing to look at that, but it seems like right now either we need to look for, you're looking for a direction from us to either, do we want to implement the per, whatever trip fee or not? And that's really what's before us. And then when it comes to all this other stuff around a whole customer stuff and all that, we're not a bank. I mean, and I'm not, I don't think a whole lot of citizens are looking to dump a lot of their financial information for us and have us all house it. And when they're coming to, when we're having to do it, it all typically is tied into something that may be state-related driven, right? I got to qualify for a particular particular type of homestead exemption. There's specific information that's got to be required, driven by state law. Maybe there's some other program that we've got that's driven by that, right? I mean, the notion of we're collecting data on some individual and that's going to help us be able to adequately means test another program, and doing that on a big countywide basis and the spend that would be, untold on that. I think we're getting too far out in terms of, it may be an ideal thing, but when you want to look at what the costs were to implement it, I don't think there's going to be any justification for it. I just think we need to focus on doing the basics right now. I mean, we got our own IT struggles with just getting stood up, other things in terms of basics of phones and that sort of stuff, much less, kind of what we're talking about right here.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you for the presentation. It's very informative, and I do agree. I do understand that there are significant administrative costs whenever you're launching a huge database that's also collecting personal information and credit card information. And with all the scams that are going on with seniors these days, I do understand the reluctance of sharing, more information about themselves. There is a definite paranoia in light of our cybersecurity attack. Even though we've secured our systems, people might be reluctant to have us manage their systems. As far as you guys, how often do you deal with seniors? Every day?
Every day.
So I'd say you guys are pretty much experts in the field. You know your seniors very well. Doing a survey, go for it if you want to. I don't see a need to do surveys. I did surveys for mine, and still I was out there just off the cuff, didn't research enough. So I appreciate what you've come up with here. Can you guys tell me, does any department track income? Do we have a department that tracks income in Fulton County?
I don't think we have a department that tracks it, but the one that comes to mind would be the tax assessment system for income-based exemptions.
And that would be, they have to go somewhere else to get that information, another database from the state income tax, or where do they get that?
No, when an individual applies for a property tax exemption that's income-based, they have to supply supporting documentations as part of their application process. So the tax assessor's office, when approving income-based property tax exceptions, would have received and reviewed the supporting documentation.
Okay, so we would only have information on seniors that own property, not seniors that are living in assisted living or nursing homes, that type of thing. Only those we would have. So we'd have to get the data from, I don't know, do you know the proportions of how many seniors we have that use our system, that own their homes, and how many live in a senior home? Do we know that?
No, we do not track our senior rider information by home ownership, simply by county residency and age.
So are you guys an expert in database management?
Not experts. We rely on the experts to support us in that.
Okay, so you would need to hire somebody. Are you guys experts in e-commerce sites?
No.
Cybersecurity sites? No, didn't think so. Okay, so yeah, you would clearly need staff to manage that. I mean, you can use our registration voter rolls. Let's look at our voter rolls. They're an absolute mess. We have 113% of our residents registered on our voter rolls. We can't track who moves in, moves out. So we want to get another database here, and we can't manage some of the ones that we have. So I appreciate you guys. I agree that a means test is going to be an added burden, and it will probably be a burden that'd be very hard to manage correctly. And so with that being said, I think that raising the price might be the only option we have, and it doesn't have to be permanent. We could see how it goes if it reels the program in so that it's not going to be this continued escalating cost every year of senior rights.
Vice Chair.
We're asking to make a vote on this, to take a vote on this today. I'm gonna put in a motion to hold this because I think we're talking about seniors. And I understand clearly both sides of the coin, and I appreciate the information that you all have brought back, but I really do believe that I'm gonna need further information before I vote on this today. And so I'm gonna put in a motion to hold this.
Substitute motion to hold. Vice Chair?
Yes, substitute motion to hold.
All right, I'll second. You want to be heard on the motion, substitute motion to hold? All right, Commissioner Barrett.
Yeah, just briefly, just to get further clarification before I'm comfortable holding or not holding. When you are taking the current information that y'all take from the seniors that are registering, when you ask for, you said you asked for their age, and are you asking for a copy of their license? Are you scanning, or do they take a picture of that, or do they? So do they give you your birth date, or they just give you their age? So they give you your birth date, but we don't do anything to verify that, correct? Okay. And then, it's not a criticism, just a question. And then we also ask for their address, same question. Do we do anything to verify their address, or do we just accept their word?
Come on.
Okay, so they're gonna receive something in the mail and therefore, so in other words, how do you know they live there, is my point?
Oh, we don't know that.
Okay, so
Yes,
so
we
we're not
verify
verifying that the address they give is their address, okay. And there was one other piece of information you said you collect, was there something else? Oh, you asked if they have to be able to get in and out of a car, correct? And we don't verify that either, correct? Which is, by the way, totally fine, to be clear. But
Self-declared.
the reason I'm bringing it up is because my thinking here is we're trusting our seniors to give us good information, and I'm fine with that. I think we could also, and this is just a food for thought, Dr. Rochelle and Ladisa and team, I think we could handle a simpler means test without overcomplicating it in the same way, where we could ask for are you on a fixed income, yes or no? And is your income in, this range, this range, this range, or this range? And let them tell us and take their word for it. And if we find that there's abuse happening, then we could deal with that abuse. But we wouldn't need to necessarily go through all this rigmarole of scanning documents and stuff. I think it's okay to trust our seniors, and I think the bulk of the people who would sign up for this and want this would be honest. And if we also printed a policy, if we came up with such a policy that said this service is meant to be for people under X amount of income or on a fixed income or X dollars of income or whatever the rules are that we would come up with, that we could trust our seniors to answer honestly.
Yeah, and Commissioner, our team did develop a questionnaire. So as a part of our going back and looking at means testing, we drafted a policy. We developed a questionnaire that does ask those questions too. But it's two parts. So we send out the survey. We make sure that not survey, it's a questionnaire where they answer the information. And then the next step would be for us to utilize sites. We were considering using our multi-purpose sites for seniors to come in, present their information, we copy it, give it back to them. So we were thinking about other ways to get around some of the challenges and concerns seniors would have with their, but it's two parts. So it's not that we would just ask for them to self-declare, but a solid means test would be some type of proof.
Well, I do think just asking them to declare would be, and stating a policy would be a viable step without all the burden of verification. And like I said, if we determined after some period of time that there is abuse, then could look at doing something different. But it does seem like that would be worth a try. Just a thought. Feel
Thank
free
you,
to come back with
Commissioner.
that.
I do want to just, as a final comment, say when the team brought the means test back before, that it will create a category of ineligibility. And that was an area that some of the board members weren't comfortable with. So the means test did a couple of things when we presented this before. It creates a tiered system of cost share, and then it creates a category of constituents that would not be eligible for any cost share related to this program, meaning that if they thought that participating in this program because it helps with coordinating their trip is a benefit to them, they would pay the full cost. So I did just want to raise that again, that there was some concern that with a means test, you would have some seniors that are currently on the program that would become ineligible.
Okay, Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do we know how many of our taxpayers are actually seniors?
We do about 20% of the, well, taxpayers, 20% of the population are
And
seniors.
20% of the population in Fulton County?
Fulton County.
And starting at what age? Is that 55 and older or 60 and older?
60 and older.
60 and older?
Yeah, so we're looking at, I mean, these are older data points, but about 172,000 or so seniors in Fulton, but that's an estimate.
Okay, and are the seniors still the fastest growing population in Fulton County?
They are.
They are. Okay. You're keeping track of how fast that population grows?
Based on census information.
Okay. And so right now, there's no qualifications that they have to meet for this rideshare service. That's correct?
Aside from what Raphael has shared, age and residency.
Okay, but nothing income-based?
Correct.
Because I heard Commissioner Ellis when he said that his senior could pay $4, and I was thinking how I have seniors that can barely afford the $1 cost. And so have you ever looked at what it might look like to have a sliding scale?
We did present that back in the December meeting. Yeah.
And we can provide that again, Commissioner. That previous presentation, not only did we have the sliding scale, but we showed the percentage based on some geocoding of the number of seniors that would fall into each of the categories of the sliding, who would be totally eligible for a full or reduced or $1 cost share. We slid the cost share from $1, I believe, to $5, and we presented the number of seniors based on the current population of seniors that are registered that would fall into each of those categories. So we can reprise that presentation and provide that to the board.
That's great, because I know I have seniors who cannot afford it, and they have voiced their concern about the cost going up. And, you know, for some of these seniors, it is a choice between whether they can buy food for themselves or not. And so being that these programs are actually being paid by these seniors' taxpayers' dollars, I think that we need to listen to what their needs are. So a sliding scale may be something that may work out better, since we have seniors that cannot afford it. And you have in here about presenting proof of income that would help to determine whether or not they could afford it or not. But I do think that we need to absolutely poll our seniors and ask them what they want, because this is their money. 20% of the population, and still the fastest growing group in Fulton County. I think they deserve to have input. But thank you, you did a great job on this, and I just want to see a little bit more.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Commissioner Arrington.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly say, you know, I was sitting here thinking, and maybe there's a way, and maybe this is what you all were just talking about, you know, 4 round trips at $3 or $4, right? And if you want anything past that, then maybe it's $8 or $12, right? I mean, any discount is a good discount, right? So, you know, maybe there are some discounts that are super discounted, some, you know, and then after you use your 4 round trips, you might be paying 75% or 85%, right? So I just thought about that and wanted to share that. But I'm ready to vote on the whole.
I
All right.
appreciate that. Thank you.
The motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
One nay.
1 nay with Commissioner Ellis.
Yes.
Chairman,
Vice Chair.
before we move forward, if I can ask as a courtesy, former Mayor Pittman is waiting here patiently for something that shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to present. If I can ask for that discussion item to be moved up, we're getting to the hour and where we're going to need to go and break for lunch, and I wanted her to be heard before. If that's not a problem, I want to make a motion for that to be moved up.
Which item?
It is 24-0318.
All right, on page 8.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to try to accommodate former Mayor Pittman, but I imagine it's going to take more than 10 minutes for this item and for the discussion.
All right, let's, any objections to moving this one up?
Just a point of order, Mr. Chair. We just heard these 2 transportation items together. We voted, I think, on 0311 to hold it. I think we need to do something with 0312. Are we voting, are we holding that as well?
Wait a minute. Where's 03?
I can make a motion to hold it if
Yes,
it's not
those-
time.
thank you for that.
Okay, motion to hold
Motion
those
to,
items.
Madam, can you catch up, Madam Clerk?
On item 312.
Yeah, we should hold that one as well.
The 1.5 is.
Motion by Vice Chair to hold, and I'll second. Commissioner Hall has already seconded it. To hold, 0312. Yes.
On 312, I have a question before you go too far away, Liddy. So the 1.5 million for 312, that was already approved as a budget enhancement, correct?
That's correct.
So regardless of whether we change pricing or don't, or means test or don't, you still need the 1.5,
That's
correct?
That's correct.
And is it time sensitive?
It's not. I was just conferring with our deputy. It's not. We can move it to the next meeting if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Or later in today's meeting. Yeah.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to hold 0312. Motion to hold by Vice Chair, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nay.
1 nay.
1 nay with Commissioner Ellis.
All right, on page 8, 0318. Thank y'all. Let's hurry. It sounds 0318.
Discussion, Fulton County Housing Authorities.
At the bottom of page.
Page 7. All right.
Yes, she says time sensitive, so Chairman.
Okay, just a minute. Just y'all slow down now. Slow down. Madam Clerk.
24-0313, Senior Services, request approval of the Fulton County Finance Department to enter into a renewal of the contract with CIMA World to provide liability, accident, and excess automobile liability insurance coverage.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays,
7 years.
unanimously with Commissioner Arrington.
All right, now back to page 8, 0318. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman.
Where is she?
Former Mayor Pittman, can you come down? Mayor Pittman is, well, I should say Commissioner Pittman is my appointee on the Fulton County Housing Authority. And the reason I brought this forward is I don't know if anybody saw what was on the news here recently, but my office received quite a bit of calls about the issue with the Fulton County Housing Authority. We have had commissioners that have been removed. We have had commissioners that have resigned. And so I asked my commissioner on the Housing Authority to come down and give a report. Here again, this is just to give information to all of us as sitting elected officials. And then if you all have any questions or anything that you want to either ask her or ask the board representative or the chair or however, that can be more than welcome to do that. But the purpose of this is for information. And I want all of my colleagues to know that this is for information purposes. So thank you, thank you, Commissioner Pittman.
Good afternoon. I'm Ernestine Pittman. I'm here as Commissioner, the newest one on the Fulton County Housing Board Authority. And I have copies of the report if you were not able to get it pulled up yesterday. I resent it twice, so is there anyone who needs a copy? All right. Now you taking my time while I'm doing this.
No, come on, Madam Mayor.
Pittman. You're not on the clock, Mayor Pittman.
Commissioner Pittman, move the mic closer to your mouth.
Okay. All right, is this better? Okay. Well, good afternoon, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Khadijah, and all of the other commissioners. I am requesting the removal of Chairman Antavius Weems and Vice Chair Lamar White from the Fulton County Housing Authority Board of Commissioners due to the failure to carry out their duties and responsibilities in accordance with their oath of office, board spy policies, and HUD policies. Our board is totally dysfunctional. The board has been hijacked by Chairman Antavius Weems and Vice Chair Lamar White. Chairman Weems' bullying, lack of respect for women, intimidation, manipulation, lying, hiring friends for non-posted jobs, no professionalism in conducting a meeting and working with the board, along with a lack of interest and commitment from many of the board members, have drained the life out of the board. Vice Chair White has supported Chairman Weems in creating a hostile environment for staff and board members, engaged in hiring practices that violate hiring protocols, resulting in conflicts of interest, failing to follow procurement protocols, constantly involved in day-to-day operations, and making decisions without board knowledge or approval. Chairman Weems and Vice Chair White used, quote, suggestions from a discussion in the April 21st, 2024 board meeting to perform a hostile takeover of the executive director's office and job. I have made serious and grave accusations, some of which may prove to be criminal. I have written as well as visual and recorded documentation to support each of the following allegations violations. As a citizen, a public official, a community activist, former public official, voted in by the people, and as an appointed one. I would never call a person's name in a public forum in a manner that would cause a bad reflection on them unless I had documented proof. Not he said, she said. But most of the proof that I have out of the 10 allegations are simply emails. I mean, you can get so arrogant that you don't care what and how you write it, just so long as you do. I'm here today because the Housing Authority Board is down to 3 people without Chairman Weems and Chairman White. And if they remain, they're going to be down to another one, because I'm not sitting up there with them breaking the law, and it will force Fulton County Board of Commissioners would not have the means of staff on that board to keep HUD and that housing authority open over there. We are your appointees, and you are to hold us accountable. Now, these are the things that you have documentation in that packet that is undeniable. Chairman Weems intimidated an interim executive director to hire an East Point council member who happened to be one of his bosses at the time for a non-existent job position in the housing authority with a $60,000 salary that increased to $75,000 with no job description within 6 months. This was an act of pre-selection and violated the hiring policies of the housing authority, although the job was non-existent. 2, in the February 15 board meeting, Chairman Weems stated that he was hiring a person that he knew to assist and consult with interim executive director Garcia, although HUD policy states that the executive director is the only employee of the board. Again, he proposed to violate the hiring practices by using pre-selection for another non-existent job. 3, Chairman Weems called for a vote in executive session, and when I told him, it says when, that voting was not allowed, he stated that he needed to get a consensus before voting in the regular meeting. They voted, and they got the consensus. I was on Zoom because I just had knee replacement, and it was devastating. 4, Chairman Weems dismissed trained hearing officers for tenants to perform the hearings himself, complete with a robe, threw the tenants in panic. They thought they was in a real court, and they had called in ACLU to HUD about it. An investigation was done because this is not something that you can do. The cost for the hearing officers was cheaper than the cost for the bailiff hired by Chairman Weems. 5, Chairman Weems and Vice Chair White refused to accept the vote of 5 board members, 1 by proxy, at the February 28th special call meeting to hire interim executive director Tanray Garcia as the permanent executive director. They refused to call her by her title and have accused her of making an error in her professional signature in a public meeting. When I stated in the meeting that I was resigning, that was just after a discussion before entering executive session in which she was not called by her title executive director, but acting interim executive director. Foolish made up on the spot. And 5 members of the board voted her to be the permanent executive director. You have that in the minutes of our special call meeting. Number 6, Chairman Weems, Vice Chair White, and Attorney Andrew Patterson have stated that the special call meeting had legal issues because Chairman Weems said that he did not receive the email that I sent to all the board members and Attorney Patterson. Everybody except him said they received theirs. They used this to cast doubt on the legality of the special call meeting and to nullify the hiring of Ms. Garcia as a permanent executive director. However, all the other motions voted on had been adhered to until the board meeting on April 18th, 2024, the day of the hostile takeover of the executive director's office. You will see in the packet the email address that the special call meeting was sent to was also used in rebuffing that by Chairman White, the same email address. That is in the packet. Chairman Weems and Vice Chair White are again trying to violate the procurement process via pre-selection for an audit position. The email contains the individual's name. I will not state that in an open meeting. At the February 15 board meeting, Chairman Weems directed interim executive director Garcia to bring in all the staff members, and once they entered the room, he directed them to state their names, and then they left. This was a power play and was meant to intimidate them and show how powerless Ms. Garcia was. I later learned that the sealed envelope given to Attorney Patterson contained complaints from 8 of the 14 staff members concerning Chairman Weems. I saw this for myself at the very first meeting. That was one reason why I asked for a special call meeting. Attorney Patterson did give Chairman Weems the package that contained all of the complaints, 8 complaints that had been filed. And he had them to come in, stand up, and repeat their names as if they were slaves on an auction block. I was totally disappointed. Currently, there are 4 EEOC complaints filed against Chairman Weems from interim or permanent executive directors and 2 staff members. They cannot keep an executive director because of Chairman Weems' interference. 10, Chairman Weems' poor management skills in conducting board meetings have caused the board not to hear the executive director's report since the February 15 board meeting. Therefore, the board has not had the opportunity to review invoices or any financial transaction. But then that has not stopped Chairman Weems and Vice Chair White from directing the Executive Director Garcia to pay invoices and make other financial transactions not approved by the board. I have contacted HUD Regional Director Hudson, and I've had a talk to him about this. Executive Director Garcia has been unable to bring any financial report to the table because the meeting ended before that. That is the most important part of our meetings. Yet, after the meetings, he will go and say, all right, pay these invoices. That should be made, the payment of any financial part should always be done by vote of the board. You do not dismiss me. The other board members said they just worn out. I've been there 3 months and I'm tired. He has to go. Chairman White has to go. Whoever appointed those 2, you need to check with EEOC because one is in litigation. So many of them have been filed. There's a special hearing this week just to hear those from the Housing Authority. I am asking you to please read through the documents. You don't have to take my word for anything. It's there in black and white. We have 1 employee. You are a board. You have the county managers and others. One of you cannot make decisions for the rest. Every employee knows that certain things take a vote by the board. These are all women, and they need their jobs. So are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Commissioner Arrington.
I yield my time, Mr. Chair.
Sir.
I yield my time.
Okay. Vice Chair Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Mayor Pittman. That is a very shocking report, to say the least, but I think all of us as taxpaying stewards of Fulton County need to hear it. For the public, what is your role and the board's role according to the Fulton County Housing Authority?
The board, thank you. Our role is that of an ambassadorship. We do not have anything to do with day-to-day operations. HUD says they have to have a board in order to account for the finances that's spent on the other side, which we call the HUD side. Our board members are to go into the community, let people know public housing is not something that you want to be ashamed of, explain the program, build private and public relationships with businesses in order to get grants so that we can provide those things to children in public housing that taxpayers' funding will not and cannot pay for. I have yet to hear of one such item happening since I've been on that board, by the board in years. It's not done. We go to a meeting and we talk, I have yet to hear the executive director give her report. At the first meeting, she started to talk, stopped, told her, you sit down, you do this, you do that. This is an adult trying to do her job. The board commissioners have enterprise fund. That money is non-restricted. HUD funds are restricted. Some parts of programs done by HUD calls for the expenditure of some enterprise fund money. We have no need of an attorney. Yet, at the last meeting, enterprise funds were used to pay $20,000 to the attorney that had been hired by HUD. HUD has since fired all employees who did not have a contract. This attorney, Mr. Patterson, Attorney Patterson, contract has been out of order. He hadn't had one for the past year and a half. So he was fired on the spot. But then he comes over to the board, and the executive, the one that they have installed, and said, we want you to approve this. $20,000, leaving $50,000 for the year in an enterprise fund that no one is raising money for to perform certain things that we have to. I still don't know that because we don't have those kinds of discussions.
Okay, Commissioner Pittman, I'm going to ask because you just brought something up. You said public housing. So I'm going to ask the county attorney, if you're talking about public housing and the Fulton County Housing Authority, what does our statute say in reference to public housing, in reference to Fulton County and how we operate? I'm not sure. I hope I'm articulating the question correctly, but I think it's important to the conversation that we're having that you give what the statute is. And then I'm going to ask my follow-up question, how many housing authorities does Fulton County actually have control over? Thank you.
Are you asking about the number of the housing authority representatives on the board?
I'm asking how many public housing is part of what this board oversees. Is that correct?
Well, no, that's HUD. Fulton County Housing Authority has nothing to do with the housing authority in Union City. It's not an umbrella group. Every housing authority has its own autonomy.
Okay,
But
well, I guess let me rephrase it. What I'm trying to ask you, this is Fulton County Housing Authority.
Correct.
Fulton County has how many public housing units in it?
Zero.
Units?
Housing projects. So Georgia statute 8-3-50 requires that in counties with populations of more than 800, like ours, there are 2 commissioners be appointed who will be known as resident commissioners, who will be residents of a housing project located within the unincorporated areas of such county. I think the practical problem that's posed as time went on is that since the statute was enacted, Fulton County unincorporated areas have shrunk into a very small area that does not include a lot of housing at all, let alone public housing. So perhaps in order to preserve the ability to have resident commissioners and that kind of representation from the perspective of a resident, the statute would have to be amended to say something along the lines of resident commissioners who are in Fulton County in an area that does not already have another housing authority and are recipients of benefits administered by the Fulton County Housing Authority. But as it currently stands, I don't know that anyone would be eligible to serve as a resident commissioner on the Fulton County Housing Authority.
And I think that's problematic. What would we, as a body, need to do in order to remedy that?
So because it's a state statute, I think the best that you could do as a board is in the next legislative session to see if you could advocate for an amendment for the statute to reflect our current reality as a county.
Thank you. So I'm going to publicly ask that in the next legislative session, that becomes one of our items, Chairman, that we advocate for. I'm going to ask for our lobbying team and as well as our external affairs to make sure that we make that a priority, because I think that does a disservice to not only individuals who have served on it, but individuals that could serve on it. With that, would you agree with that, Commissioner Pittman?
I definitely could.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you all.
Anything else at this time? I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by, I'll second it. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Record.
by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Number 2, letter of intent for real estate.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
And we have several requests for representation. If there's no objection from the board, I'd like to just take them all together.
It's okay.
Is there a motion? You do? Okay.
All right, we have an objection. Separated.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 3 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 4 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 6 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
And finally, is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item 7 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Cast your vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 abstention.
No further action items.
Thank you, Madam County Attorney. Madam Clerk.
On page 8, under Commissioners' action items, 240315, request approval of a resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment of 5 projects located in West Side Tax Allocation District.
All right, have a motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Dana Barrett. You going to explain what's going on here?
Just a reminder, this is these are the items that Dr. Eloisa Klementich explained to us when she was here at the last meeting. There are 5 projects that she mentioned that are coming before us because of a special provision in the West Side TAD language where projects have to come before the board for a vote. There's no budget impact. All details are attached. All of these items have already been approved by the Invest Atlanta board. And so I would just ask for a favorable vote.
So what are we doing? Just ratifying it?
Yeah. Spreading on the minutes for all intents and purposes.
Okay, let's vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, please.
240316, discussion, Cherry Beckert Procurement Review, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, Mr. Manager, where are we with respect to the recommendations?
Let me ask Sharon Whitmore, the CFO, to comment on what, between her and Felicia Strong-Whitaker, the status of where they are.
Mr. Chairman, Felicia has taken a first pass through the recommendations, and she and I will be meeting on that hopefully sometime next week. And I've asked for her to kind of prepare a timeline of the actions that we would need to take based on any of the recommendations that come out of it, and hope to have that back to the board at least by sometime in June with the current workload that we have.
Yeah, you said hopefully
Yes.
sometime next week, then
Yes,
hope,
sir.
and then sometime.
Yes.
Which one is it?
I don't have, well, we haven't prepared the full timeline yet, but I did ask her if she thought she could have it done by the last meeting in June, and she said yes. I'd like to get it to you sooner, but
Okay.
by the last meeting in June.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
Chairman,
Yes. Sorry.
I may be mistaken, but did we sound 24-0314?
We did it at the beginning.
Okay.
Madam Clerk?
240317, outstanding water bill from City of Atlanta, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Mr. Manager?
Also, I asked Ms. Whitmore to comment on that.
Mr. Chairman, we're scheduled to meet with City of Atlanta representatives next Thursday, so we should have more to report after that meeting.
Okay, and, we need to resolve this, so I would like for y'all to go into that meeting with the idea that we're going to resolve it. And we'll be prepared based upon what I've seen that we have.
Yes, sir. I mean, as I said in the last meeting, I personally don't think that we will resolve it in one meeting. But, we are clear on what I believe the board's desire is, which is to resolve it and fully document the resolution. And if we are unable to resolve it at the staff level, I believe I heard that we should plan to move on to mediation or something else. So we are not going over there. We do not plan to go over there with any sort of firm offer to the city to pay anything. We intend to seek documentation, as we always have, of the balance that they claim is outstanding, and to go from that point forward. So we are working with the county attorney's office. They are included in all of our internal meetings on this. So we are prepared to move this forward to resolution and full documentation.
I assume that Commissioner Arrington is getting ready to ask about the statute of limitations.
Well, perhaps. I think my more relevant question at this time is, have we received any additional documentation? Because I don't even know that it makes sense to meet until we receive the additional documentation, and you all have had a chance to review that additional documentation.
We have not. I expect that that's what this meeting will be about, is about what the documentation requirements from our perspective will be, and what the city is able to provide from a documentation perspective.
Okay, yeah, well, and no reason to beat the horse with the statute of limitations, but I'm more interested in the document update. And my understanding is the city may have a different idea about the statute of limitations. I understand they think that it may be 7 years, so we may need some clarity on that.
Yeah, but I thought at the last meeting, job number one was to resolve from our side the issue that you brought up about the statute of limitations.
We have been researching that, and again, not to get into the details of our legal defenses in this forum, we have been researching and believe that we have valid defenses on a number of fronts to all of the claims that we believe would be brought by the city if they did in fact pursue it through legal means. We are working also very closely with Finance Department to kind of keep track of what documentation of the debt is forthcoming from the city. We absolutely agree with Commissioner Arrington that that is actually the first order of business, because it's my understanding that that all of the debt is alleged to have been incurred decades ago. And so that would be outside of any of the statutes of limitation. So until we have the documentation of when the debt was incurred and what documentation they have to see if we believe that it's adequate to pursue a claim, we're not really in a position to analyze what their claim is.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 2 items removed from the consent agenda by Commissioner Hall for separate consideration on page 3. 240290, Public Works. Request approval of a memorandum of agreement for continued participation in the district-wide single-family residential toilet retrofit program in the total amount of $15,000 for 1 year.
Commissioner Hall.
Just one quick question, because this is such an outstanding program, and people were saying, how do they register or enroll or qualify, and where do they go? That's the question. Where is it advertised? How is it being advertised? And what are the specific qualifications that a resident has to pass in order to qualify for this?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. Thank you. David Clark, Public Works Director. My staff, Public Outreach, head by Colette Banks, is the one who administers this program. So anybody, it's on our website, but anybody can reach out to Colette directly for those types of questions. Our program only serves the North Fulton area where we serve drinking water directly, but the City of Atlanta has a very similar program that we work very closely with, and she can make contact if anybody from outside of our service area provides. But basically, anybody who has a older toilet, either in a single family or a multifamily that was made before, I believe it's 1995, when it was a little bit higher capacity from a water consumption standpoint, is eligible for this program. So it's pretty simple. You get $100 for each toilet that you turn in.
Thank you so much.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Or seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 240291, request approval of a memorandum of agreement for continued participation in the district-wide multifamily high-efficiency toilet rebate program.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, any other items that come before us?
No
Madam
further
Clerk?
items. No
All
further
right, no
items.
further items to come before us, so we will convene a special meeting at 3 p.m. Conference room on 10th floor? 10th floor. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.